have them send someone with more experience.
Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for his service Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Literally not true. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, good Friday morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Hope your last work day of the week is starting off great. Mine is. Because I got so much sleep last night. How much? I just woke up. So hope you're doing great. I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Man, I needed that sleep. If you guys missed the podcast last night, it was amazing. Do catch it on the replay. All right. Let's see, I need to pause this for, where's the counter? There we go. Tossed and turned all night. Oh no, that's terrible. That's terrible. Schmoopy, congratulations. You are first in chat. First in chat has its punishment as well as its privileges. The privilege, we get to recognize you. The punishment, you're sentenced to internet ownership. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility for the rest of the day, or at least until we go live again after lunch. So we expect at least a half day of work out of you. Make it good. Make it good, Schmoopy. Keep it all running for the rest of us. We'll be happy. It's just a tiny bit hot. Is that a little better? Okay, there we go. Couple things to recognize before we go too far. Kim R, congratulations on 32 months. 32. Kim, woohoo, 32 months with the best group on the internet. Thanks, RA and Mod. So glad to be here. Let me hear it. OG. Oh, you got like 3. OG. That's a lot of OGs. And speaking of OGs, Lee the OG, 36 months. Look at that, I'm red. Hasn't really been 36 months. Thanks, RA. And yes, I blame you for my 3D printer purchase. Lee, that's awesome. OG. Lee, love that you got a 3D printer. I can't wait to hear all about what you're printing. My kids have gone nuts. They found these puzzles that you can print, like little Tetris puzzles. Oh, let me pause this one. Hold please. Hang on. Me, happy birthday. Don't go anywhere. Okay, do we have any audio? And 2 and 6. Let's do 6. Super source brings us what? Super source gives us. Hang on, hold please. We've got to get some. Court's about to start. We have to do birthdays. We're finally caught up to live, and. Our birthday season has begun. This one is nuts. Oh no. How bad is it? Can you 3D print a 3D printer with a 3D printer? I actually have to 3D print a lot of the parts for the 3D printer case on mine, but generally no. All right, let's hurry and get the birthday stuff underway because we're running out of time. Court's going to start, and I don't want to miss anything or be late. Today's birthdays are Dan, Georgia Mom, Aussie, Dan, Georgia Mom, Aussie, and then Becky, Canada Girl, Christine, Fred, crafted by Casey, and sleeping with one eye open. Okay, everyone stand up, deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room. Hang on, I need a little bit of water. There we go. Blend your voice with the neighbor. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. Becky, Canada Girl, Christine, and Fred. Happy birthday to you. Okay, we get Crafted by Casey and Sleep with One Eye Open in verse number 2. There's a quick note to self version. Sorry, I didn't punctuate. Is there an updated version? I think I got it all. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. You're Crafted by Casey and Sleeping with One Eye Open. Happy birthday to you. Mindy FS, yours is Sunday. We're going to sing to you on Monday if that's all right. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. To everyone who's celebrating their birthday today, that music is so loud. It seems like a Monday almost. To everyone who's celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday. There are many wonderful days. Today's your special day. I know there are a million places you could have celebrated and a million people you could have been with to celebrate, but no, you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully you can make your day a little more special by begin by helping yourself to free pancakes. I am so tired still. Free pancakes. Help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlop's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. Oh my goodness. Mental note, wake up a little earlier before we go live. Mindy's going to get lost in the ginormous list for Monday. What happened 9 months ago that... No. It's not Valentine's Day. What was 9 months ago from... Yeah. Why is everyone born over the weekend? Good question. Let's let the dancers do what the dancers do best. Pink mug is coming in the mail. I'm getting notifications that mugs are arriving all over the country. Super excited about that. I think we have a drum solo though to finish the song out. 1 second. Beautiful. Birthday Wagyu. Ooh, wow. I know the offer is there, Ivan. And knowing you, the offer is solid. That is a good offer. I just don't know how I can get up to your neck of the woods and do everything I need to do here in North Carolina this weekend. It would be awesome. One day we'll have to figure out how to make that happen. What time does Judge Boyd start Central Time? I'm not sure. Okay, I think we're about ready. Let me go here. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, we've got a nice good buzz. Let's turn that off. Let's see. 6 was on. Forgot how noisy this cord is. 2 is also quite buzzy. 3 is off. I need something in this corner. I need a count. Did we have a counter for this one? What were we doing? Judicial displeasure? I think that was 91, right? 91 for judicial displeasure. And I think that's right here. Oh yeah, it's coming together. I'm remembering how to do this slowly but surely. Soon we'll have a live stream all ready for you. The day has begun. What time does Judge Boyd start Central Time? I don't know, but we need to catch the verdict in our case, but we were sort of vested in. I didn't think it would take as long as it did. I thought it would end yesterday. Water is good cold. Oh my goodness. This is the good stuff, really. It's hard to beat a good cold glass of water. I'm getting my candy out. I'm almost done. I've finished most of this. There we go. I have my wrappers. I'll try to compete with the judge 1 for 1 throughout the day. Candy count is at 124. 124. Cinco de Mayo happens 9 months before February. Cinco de Mayo. Well, happy birthday, Cinco de Mayo celebration, baby. That's awesome. Judge Boyd starts at 10 o'clock Eastern. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Ooh, Ivan has cookies. Ivan has cookies and Wagyu. Feek, member for 4 months. I'm live for a live. Don't celebrate yet. We're glad you're here. We are really glad you're here. But just remember, we cannot fast forward on a live. And we've had the privilege of being able to fast forward previously. Not so anymore. So let me pause this. Here they come. They're coming back.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, I have to deal with an issue, so I'm going to ask everyone to clear the courtroom for a minute.
Whoa. That means us.
I will tell you all this, that I'm clearing the physical courtroom. I'm not turning off live stream. I believe next door is live stream. I believe it still is. I'm not sure. Do we know that?
We're starting with Spice.
Right next door?
The 309 is no longer.
So it's not being on. But you can watch it on the New Jersey Judiciary. I just can't have you physically in the courtroom with what I need to do right now. So I don't want you to think that you can't watch it somewhere outside. You just can't watch it in here. Okay?
You don't have to
And
go
I'll
home,
bring you
but
back
you
in
can't.
before we start. I'll take a break so
stay
you guys
here.
can all come back in. I wouldn't do that to you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad we're here for the live now. Whoa. The cameraman's like, I guess I'll stay, right? I guess I'll just... where did he say you could watch it? New Jersey what?
I don't think it can. It's okay. Yeah,
I'm going to use my telepathic.
sure. Yeah, just number 9. Put him right in his regular seat.
Number 9? Wow. Yep, and the bus stop was 9.
We have a juror coming in. Juror number 9. Juror number 9 is the
Morning,
one
sir.
that...
How are you? Good. So, something came to my attention in reference to on Wednesday, walking out from the courthouse at the end of the day, that there may have been some conversation that went on between yourself and a sheriff's officer. And I wanted to just hear it from you, if there was any conversation. The way it was relayed to me is that it had to do something with the photographs that were observed on the screen. If you recall, do you recall having some form of a conversation with the sheriff's officer about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you tell me what the conversation was, please?
Let me think. Oh, boy.
It's the guy who likes the cold weather.
Jeez. I probably made reference to the fact that that was something about the trauma of the photo.
Okay.
And I think I might have said something to him like, I guess this is nothing new for you guys. You probably see this once in a while. I think it was something to that effect. That's what I recall. I don't.
Okay, that's fine. So, when you say the trauma of the photo, tell me what you meant by that when you said that.
The trauma that those folks might have probably experienced.
Okay.
And
so
how,
the trauma to them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, sir, we'd like to thank you for your service. Appreciate you being here. We're going to go ahead and excuse you at this time.
Tell me how, when you saw the photos, if at all, how it impacted you.
Just sadness.
Okay. Now, we discussed, if you remember, one of the open-ended questions, we discussed this particular issue.
Right.
Because we foreshadowed that this would be something that would come up.
Right.
And it's my recollection that every one of the jurors had indicated that they would be able to put any emotion aside and be able to still decide this case based upon all the evidence and not based on the photos. I just want to make sure you are still comfortable, that you saw what you saw, and that's fine. If you are in any way feeling any sort of way just by looking at those photos, I need for you to tell me now, because obviously it's important to both sides here.
No, I think that happened, and in that moment that happened, and then I was like, okay, just clear it out. It's like, okay, that's what it is, and just move on. I tend to do that. Things can impact me, and then I'll process it, and then just go back to square one, so it doesn't linger.
Okay. So, whatever that trauma was to the victims in this case, I need to know that your emotions that you had, even if you put them aside, that you would be able to still decide this case, because you have to decide not only that these individuals have died, and also that who the individual was who did this. So I need to make sure that you still have an open mind as to all of the evidence in this case. You're going to evaluate all of it and not just the fact that you're looking at those photos. So you're going to be able to do that?
I feel like I will. Yeah.
Okay. I want to get a little bit more from you if you don't mind.
Sure.
I don't know if it applied to you when we had those voir dire questions. Yeah, if you don't mind.
Folks, can you keep it down, please? Thank you.
The jurors are talking in the
I don't know
hall.
if it applied to you or not, but sometimes when people would answer my questions when we were going through voir dire, if they gave me an answer that maybe it could mean something else, I would ask it again. And so I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I heard you, what you just said, but I just want to make sure. I need to know, and both parties need to know, that the photos are not going to impact your overall analysis in this case. So can you say that with certainty that you can do that, or are you still feeling like, yeah, it's still bothering me?
No, I can say it with certainty. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's just, when it hits you, It's like, whoosh. I mean, there's lots of things through life where if I don't hold it in that moment and then be able to move on, that I'm just captured into the past and I'm ready to move on.
Okay. All right. So you feel like you could still be fair and impartial both to the state and to the defense?
Absolutely.
Okay. So now let me ask you this. That conversation that you had with the officer, was there anybody else that was a part of that conversation?
No, he and I were on the back of the line. We were just together.
Okay, so there was nobody else there. And can you tell us about that when you talked to him? Was it in a high voice? Was it a low voice? Meaning that soft?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you feel, based upon what you saw during that conversation, that any of the other jurors heard what you said?
No.
Okay.
I made sure I was far enough back because I didn't want to.
Okay. Let me now take it past the sheriff's officer for a second. Understanding how you felt on Wednesday night.
Kells bells.
Were you able to continue with complying with the charge of
not talking
to people that night about it, or talk to anybody else about it? You had to kind of keep it to yourself. Were you able to do that? If you weren't, I understand. But
I mentioned a couple of things to my wife about it was a heavy day. Okay. That was about it.
You just said heavy day?
Heavy day, yeah.
Did you say anything more than that?
I said that they showed photos today and it was really impactful.
Okay.
And she wanted to know more. I said, but she does not. I know you can't talk about it.
Okay. Did she make any comments to you as a result of what you said?
No.
Okay. All right. Is there anything about the conversation that you had with your wife that you feel that could impact you and your ability to be fair and impartial?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Separate and apart from this conversation, is there anything else that has happened during the course of this trial? Any emotions that have come up that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
No.
Okay. Do you feel like you can sit on this jury and decide this case, continue on?
I do.
Okay. Any doubt in your mind?
No. I mean, even when Wednesday happened, I was still locked into like objectivity. It was so. Yeah, I feel competent.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. This is between the four walls. So if you don't mind, we're going to keep this here. I'm not going to say anything to them, so please don't tell them either. And let me ask you this, just to round it out. Have you heard anyone else talking about the trial or anything else, or make any comments to you about those pictures or anything?
Folks in here?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Just, people are just, you got looks, and we're like exchanging information just through our eyes. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay, but no one said anything about it? Okay. All right, you can go back in the jury room. Thank you, sir. No, there's nothing to be sorry about, sir. Thank you, though. I appreciate your honesty.
Now we have a little discussion with him out of the room. He's talked to two people when he's not supposed to talk to anyone about the
Anything
case.
anyone want to put on the record? I feel comfortable with what he said.
Same for the state judge.
Defense says he needs to go. Nope, they're okay with it.
For the record purposes, after listening to juror number 9, I found him to be very credible in his responses to me. I found that under the circumstances, the pictures, they showed what they showed. And we, as the attorneys and the court, we looked at question number 1 to the jurors and asked them specifically because we knew that these photos could have impact. This juror remained consistent with what his answers was back during voir dire. I don't have any concerns about him and his ability to be fair and impartial in this case. I do not find in any way, shape, or form that there's been any impact on any of the other jurors. I find that the sheriff's officer and the juror were back away from the rest of the jurors, that the other jurors didn't hear those 2 comments that were made. And based upon that, I'm going to allow juror number 9 to continue on with our case, and we'll see if he ends up being a part of our case or not. Nobody knows until the alternates are picked after the charge is given to the jury. With that being said, is there anything else we need to do before we go back and bring the jurors out?
No, but Judge, I just need to remind the court the state needs to rest.
No, I do. I remember that.
Ooh.
But anything
The
other
state
than
needs
that?
to what?
No, sir.
Anything else from the defense before I bring them back out? Okay. I just don't want to bring them out and then us come right to sidebar in 2 seconds. So if there's something, let's just do it now. We're
The
good?
state needs to rest.
Okay. All right. We can bring them out. Thank you.
We did not hear from Corey during the state's case in chief. These jurors are quite jovial. Probably the loudest jury we've ever heard. All talking and chattering and stuff while we continue working. Okay.
You see, I've been out here for a while.
You beat us for once.
It would have been fun if you guys knocked on the door and said that you were ready. Next time,
I didn't know we were allowed.
You got it. All right, we're just going to allow everyone back in.
Come on in, people.
Did anyone see we may get snow again this weekend?
Wednesday's snow day.
Isn't it enough? Didn't we get enough? We can't get rid of the old stuff.
I thought you were going to indict somebody, Mother Nature.
Yeah, well, listen, Mother Nature's not listening. It's kind of like the story of my life. Nobody listens to me. All right.
A little bit of truth there from the judge.
Let's just give it one more second. I apologize. I should have done that before I asked you to come out.
Judge, like, can you get the camera off me a little bit? Just zoom out or something. I'm taking up too much of the screen. Cameraman's like, sure, sorry. Do what I can. Another little slope.
we're back on the record. I already put the caption on the record earlier. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to the state.
Thank you, Judge. Subject to the moving of evidence, the state rests.
Okay. The state rests at this point in time. At this point in time, we'll move over to the defense case. The defense can call their first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense would call Dr. Jeff Gould.
Dr. Jeff Gould?
Good morning, sir. Just watch your step as you're coming up. If you don't mind, sir, if you could put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and once you can get seated, get comfortable. Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Jack Gould, last name Gould.
Sir, I'm just going to ask for you to do me a favor, okay? When you speak, when you're testifying, please make sure you keep your voice up. Jurors number 15 and 16, they got to be able to hear everything that you're saying, so just keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, when you're ready, Ms. Mastellone.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Gould. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Stand up.
Oh, no, you can remain seated.
My name is Jack Gould. I'm a local physician in Monmouth County.
And what is your educational background?
I did my undergraduate work as a microbiologist at Rutgers College. From there, I worked in the pharmaceutical industry and then went off to medical school at the University of Medicine and Dentistry. And then I did my residency in obstetrics and gynecology at Monmouth Medical Center.
And do you currently live in Monmouth County?
Yes.
Who do you live with?
He's a gynecologist?
I currently live with my wife, Pam Gould.
Okay, so I want to first talk to you about how you know the Caneiro family. Do you know Paul Caneiro and his family?
Yes.
And who is in Paul's immediate family?
Wife Susan and two daughters, Marissa and Katie.
And how do you know them?
They were my neighbors for 23 to 25 years.
Okay, and when did it start? When did you first meet them? What year?
He's not an expert
in the
witness.
spring of '96, and they moved in approximately 6 months after we moved in.
Okay, and when you say neighbors, where was your house physically located in comparison to Mr. Caneiro's?
They were directly, our back sides, both our houses, we were directly behind their house.
And what was your address at the time?
19 Oxford Drive.
That address may sound familiar, so let me just ask you this. Were you involved in this investigation at all?
Only in the fact that I had been requested to offer video surveillance for my cameras.
And did you ultimately provide the surveillance to the detectives when they asked?
Yes.
And we've seen that. Were you involved in this investigation in any other way?
No.
And was there anything with respect to the investigation that you would have added?
Yeah, it was kind of odd because when all this was going on, and this would be on the 20th, I was actually in my office watching, because I had cameras, watching what was going on, and they were going from one backyard to the other backyard, back and forth, and I realized they were talking to my wife, and when they pointed at the cameras, I kind of realized I'd be getting a visitor at my office. They showed up, they asked for the video information, but they never actually even asked if I had known Paul. They never asked any questions about it, and our backyards were kind of odd because we had a little walkway with pergolas and kind of grapevines, and they were putting up crime scene tape, but they never asked what was with the connection between the two yards, which was kind of odd.
Was it like a custom?
Yeah, it was custom pergolas, and kind of made it look nice so that families could go back and forth easily.
Okay. So let's talk about that information that, I want to talk about the information that you have about the Caneiro family. But since you mentioned the surveillance cameras, I just want to talk about that briefly. Who installed your cameras, your surveillance system?
I did the actual installation of the cameras, and I did the hard wiring of all the coaxial cables to the main DVR that I had set up. Unfortunately, once I had it all set up, I couldn't get it to stream through the router, the modem. I just couldn't get it to actually work. So I contacted Paul and had him come over to do all the internet protocols or whatever needed so that I could stream it through the firewall.
Okay, so was there like was there any type of system that he put in place for you?
Along the way, he had set up for internet security. He did a external hard, I guess it would be a router firewall that I used Square One to manage, just so I didn't have to worry about anyone hacking into my system. Unfortunately, I didn't understand how it worked. He did, so I would always have him take care of any problems that occurred. And one of them was trying to get the video cameras to work.
Was there something with like an acronym?
Helped his neighbor by making him a customer.
It's a DDNS, and I know it has to do with changing IP addresses, but I don't understand it. He did.
Okay. So you mentioned you don't understand it. Is this something that's is it simple or is it more complex?
To me, it was complex.
Okay. And did Mr. Paul Caneiro ever set up any access points in your house anywhere?
He set up an access point over our garage because it was too far away from the antennas for our router, and this way my wife had her office up there, and it allowed us to have better internet access at that end of the house.
And so returning to the Caneiro family.
Yes.
I want to focus on that. When you mentioned you first met the Caneiro family in 1996, how soon after they moved into their home at 27 Tilton did you meet them?
I actually saw the day they moved in, and I probably met Paul the next day or within 2 days. He was in his backyard, so I went in my backyard just to kind of chit-chat with him.
And how did that conversation go?
It actually went very well. I'm a firm believer after about 5 to 10 minutes of talking to somebody, you can get a good flavor if this is somebody you can continue a conversation with. And I could. It was very comfortable. We had very similar likes and a very similar personality. Sense of humor actually matched very well.
And did you see anyone help the Caneiro family that day move in when you saw them?
When I actually saw Paul was coming in with he had his brother Keith with him, and Keith was carrying some stuff in with him.
Okay. Now, over time, can you explain to us how your relationship developed with the Caneiro family? And I'm referencing Paul, Susan, and their daughters at this point.
It turned out that Paul had 2 daughters, and I had a daughter and a son, and they were both, all 4 of them were within a year of each other. So there was Marissa, my daughter, and then Katie and my son. So they were all pretty much in the same age bracket. They were going to be going to the same school system. And they started, because the backyards were next to each other, were playing with each other constantly. And then because of that, my wife and Susan were around. They would actually start supervising the children. And then on the weekends, when Paul was around, we'd all get together. The children would play, and it was almost like a common backyard. They would run back and forth from house to house, and we would kind of just sit on a deck and just watch them play. And as time went on, you get friendlier and friendlier, and you get to know each other a lot better.
So, over the years, how often would you say you saw the Caneiro family?
In the summertime, especially when the children were off in the warmer weather, it would probably be almost every weekend or every other weekend. Somebody would either have a barbecue, even if it was just throwing hamburgers and hot dogs on the grill. Because the kids were out playing, it was better to be outside than inside. So every week to 2 weeks.
And so, would you consider yourself and your family close to Paul and his family?
It got to the point where it would be like considered extended family.
And did your families ever become close to the extent that you would celebrate holidays together?
Yeah, we got in the habit very early on. All Christmases would be celebrated at Paul's house, mainly because I'd be on call a lot for Christmas, so I may or may not be there. So we did the Christmases over at Paul's house, then New Year's, we would alternate one house to the other. He would host it, or I would host it. And
You
on
didn't
these
have any New Year's
events,
babies to
you
deliver?
could invite anybody or any family members, anybody. And then as it got warmer weather, Labor Day, Memorial Day, we would have outdoor barbecues. And either he would host one or we would.
Now, who else would typically be at these barbecues or the holiday events?
A lot of times we would be there, Keith would be there with Jen. And early on it was just Keith and Jen, but as time went on they had children. So then Jesse and Sophia would be there. Sometimes if Katie or Marissa had friends, they would come over. My children would also be over there, and if they had friends, they would come over. Occasionally the parents, I know Paul's parents would be there from time to time.
He hasn't mentioned
And
Corey
do you
once.
know Jim and Stacy Pritchett,
Yes.
would they be there as
They
well?
would be there also.
Did you ever see Corey at any of
Yes.
these gatherings?
Corey was there, but not as often as everybody else. So I would say he was there maybe 10 to 15% of the time. He wasn't there all the time, but he would be there occasionally.
And who is Elisa?
Elisa was Corey's girlfriend, which led up to, I think they got married at some point in time, but I don't know when.
And how often did you see her?
If I saw her once or twice in the 23 years, that's about it.
Now, in addition to holidays, you mentioned, I think, barbecues and other types of like Labor Day, Memorial Day events. Did you ever socialize with the Caneiro family in any other capacity?
Yeah, especially because the kids really got along great, and we got along great. We did go on a couple of vacations to the Outer Banks in North Carolina.
Oh yeah,
and
shout
we
out
also went to
NC.
Turks and Caicos, both families.
OBX gets a shout out.
Okay. Now, based on how well you knew Paul, how would you describe Paul?
Very well educated, very well read, easygoing, someone you could have a conversation on almost any topic, and you could have an ongoing conversation, calm enough that you could make jokes and not worry that you offended him. He kind of rolled with the punches and had a very pleasant personality. Never got angry, never got upset, and he was good with the kids. It's an enjoyable experience. It's good.
Would you describe Paul as a helpful person?
Most definitely. He was very good with his hands, and he had a pool. At one point in time, he put a pool in, we had a pool. So if I ever had pump problems with my pool, he would come over and essentially show me how to adjust, my pool. If I had any electrical issues, he would come over. And if I had troubles with IT stuff, he would actually run the wires and then, call actually to the company and switch things over, just so that instead of using coaxial cable, we would use Cat5. And if I had problems outside with drainage, he would come over and talk to me about how the best way to run drainage things.
And I think you mentioned that when you were describing Paul, he like more of a calm personality. Can you explain that more?
When you have young kids running around doing what young kids do, he never raised his voice. I never had an argument with him. We never argued about anything. Never heard him argue with anybody. He's just a very calm individual. I don't have a better way to say it, but.
And now you mentioned that you also had the occasion to meet Keith and Jennifer. It sounds like many times.
Many times. We never went on vacations with them, but they were always over at Paul's house, so we did socialize with them frequently.
And based on your observations and your experience with the Caneiro family, including Paul, Susan, their daughters, and Keith, Jennifer, and their daughters, how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Keith?
Exceptionally close. I mean, some people would even say they were like fused at the hips. They could talk about many different things, always joking, laughing, in a very close, caring relationship. You could feel that they cared for each other. And even if they were partners in a business, and even if they were talking about a client, it was a quick conversation, and then they moved on to something else.
And how would you describe
talking about a trust
Paul,
fund?
the way that Paul would speak about Keith or?
Protective. And I remember, if Keith ever had a problem with something going on at his house, Paul, and this happened once we were out at lunch. If something was going on at Keith's house, Paul would say, as soon as we're done, we have to drive over to the house. He's got to set up something that was a pool timer that needed to be adjusted. Paul would drop what he was doing and go over.
So, was it your impression that Paul would, you mentioned earlier he was helpful. Does that include being helpful to Keith when he could?
Yes.
What about when Keith went back to school?
When Keith went back to school, I guess he went to Columbia, and I'm not sure if it was for master's or a PhD. Paul was very supportive. Paul was actually very proud of it. And it wasn't uncommon that Keith would contact Paul about, I guess, classes, things to do, if there was a project, just for advice. So Paul was very supportive of it.
And
Paul was Keith's biggest fan, apparently.
So I want to focus a little bit more now on the year of 2018. Was the summer of 2018 any different than any prior summer as far as the get-togethers and the being with family?
The summer of 2018, there were less get-togethers. I think between Paul and Susan there may have been a marital issue or something, so I was working a lot, and I guess we didn't really have as much where we would go out to dinner as much. But Paul still, on the weekends, would still have barbecues, so we would still get together in that respect.
So would you still spend time with Paul and Susan and the girls as a family that summer?
Yeah.
Okay. And to your knowledge, you mentioned the marital issue. Did Paul and Susan still get along?
Yeah.
Did you ever hear Paul say anything bad about Susan? Or
Sustained. Sustained. Don't answer that question. It's hearsay.
Did they ever express any type of,
Objection.
Sustained. Expressed. You're asking for what he has heard from others, so it's sustained. Hearsay.
Can we approach?
Sure.
You can approach, but I don't think it's going to change the matter on hearsay. Yes, the state did rest first thing this morning, and then juror number 9 got a whooping for talking to one of the sheriff's deputies about the case, about the pictures particularly. He made a comment. But managed to keep his job, or at least his seat, temporarily. So far, we don't know if he's going to be on the jury or not, but we know the judge doesn't like him already because that's the only juror that likes the cold weather. So I think the judge is looking for a way to get rid of him and maybe get some warm weather in there. He was looking at Paul, sort of sympathetically glancing over there.
During the time that you knew Paul and Susan living at 27 Tilton, was there a point in time where there were renovations to their home?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
There was a few renovations. The first one that I remember was they were doing work on their bathroom, which was putting in closets and redoing it. So they renovated that. And then as time went on, LED lights became the fashion, and you could adjust the brightness. So he had an electrician guy, and they were changing all the lights to LEDs with special switches so that he could adjust light paths. So if one of the daughters came home in the middle of the night, they could just press a button and there would be a light path, so they didn't have to turn on and off lights the whole way. So he was switching all that over. He also had another guy the guy that did our pergolas, was taking down sheetrock and doing insulation indoors for sound, sound silencing insulation. Soundproofing, I guess would be the best way to say it. So he had a lot of rooms soundproofed.
What about
That's a little weird.
anything with woodworking?
Yeah, they did a lot of custom cabinetries. So I know in the bedroom, when you do an entertainment system, he had custom entertainment systems built. And that was the same guy that did, I think, the pergolas.
I want to draw your attention to November 19th of 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Was there anything special about that day?
That's my wife's birthday.
And did you go out that night for her birthday?
Yes.
Okay. And after that, what's the next thing that you remember?
We went out for, I guess, dinner and drinks. It was a nice evening. You go to bed. And then somewhere around between 5 and 5:30, maybe 5:20, we got a phone call from Katie Caneiro, Paul's daughter, that their house was on fire. She didn't know much details, that in case the fire had spread, because we had a big oak tree between the yards, grab our dog, grab your valuables, get dressed, and get out of the house. So we did. And then we left our house, and we were at the top of our driveway, which saw the back of their house and saw the house on fire.
Okay, and did you see them at all that morning?
No.
And when was the next time you saw anyone from the Caneiro family?
Later that evening, it may have been, Susan came to our house because she was going to be staying with our house.
And obviously a lot of time has passed since 2018.
Yes.
Are you still close with the Caneiro family?
Yes, very much so.
Okay, thank you.
So they went out to dinner the night before the murders. I think this witness just needs to recount one more miracle, and then Paul becomes a saint.
Dr. Gould, good morning. How you doing? Just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. You mentioned Columbia. Were you talking about the university or the country?
No, the university.
Oh, the university. Because that's where Keith went back to school, correct?
Yes.
He got his MBA, I think, right?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so when you first met Keith and Jen, they didn't yet have kids, right?
No.
Okay, and eventually they did have kids,
Yep.
correct?
Yes.
Sophia and Jesse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you knew Sophia, you knew Jesse?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And were they at your house at times?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you understand with respect to, I guess you had interactions with where it would be you, it would be Keith, and it would be Paul all together, correct?
Yes.
And you described their relationship as being extremely close. They were, I think you said maybe joined at the hip or something like that?
That's a nice way to describe it, yes.
Now, Corey was a bunch younger than Keith and Paul, right?
7 years, I think.
Yeah, 7 or 8, right?
In that ballpark, yes.
Because Keith and Paul are like 1 year apart, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there was a significant age gap there, right?
Yes.
And Corey wasn't even married yet, right? When you first met him, you said?
When we first met him, no.
Now, you talked about electrical issues or electrical work that was being done and how Paul would go over to Keith's house and he was helping him out with some of these electrical issues and things like that, right?
I don't know if it was
Objection,
specifically
that's not what
electrical issues.
He said it was a pool issue.
He did say something about electrical, so I'm gonna.
That was Paul's renovations.
Your objection is overruled. Whatever you remember is what you said is what matters to us. What was it about electrical that you recall that Paul would do? That's all we want to know.
Paul's house. He had some guy coming in, changing all the light bulbs to LEDs and all the light switches so that they could be operated through an app on his phone.
Paul was obviously very tech savvy, correct?
Most definitely.
Probably more than you, right?
Most definitely.
I'm sure more than me.
Sustained.
He was more tech savvy than most people you knew. Is that accurate?
Right.
And when you had issues with your cameras, he was able to come over and try to figure it out, right?
Either would come over, or if I had computer issues, we actually had overlapping wireless networks. Sometimes he would just fix it from his patio.
Remotely?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said he would go over to Paul. You did say he would go over to Keith's house sometimes and help out with stuff, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of stuff?
The one example I can tell you, just because I remember, I was with Paul. We were out at a restaurant having lunch, and he goes, I got to go over to Keith's house and adjust. I think it was either a light or a setting to the pool. And he goes, "Do you want to come on over with me?" And I said, "Yeah, I'd love to see the house and get a tour."
So you've been to Keith's house, correct?
Yes.
And you've been to Paul's house, I imagine, many times, right?
Many times.
And when was the last time you think you were there prior to the fire?
At Paul's house.
Yes.
Either one.
Probably September. Well, the fire was September, October, somewhere in that ballpark. I don't remember the exact day.
Okay, I understand. You were in the basement during the course of your times at 27 Tilden?
Yes.
Okay. And were you in the basement, like, close in time to November 20th of 2018 when the fire happened?
Probably the last time I was down in the basement would have been in the summer, maybe, but not close to the fire.
Describe the basement for us.
You would go down the steps.
Jake, thank you very much.
To the right was a area, I guess, where the kids would be playing in. They had a play area. If you went over more to the right, there was an enclosed area which he had kind of an entertainment area with a TV and music. If you went down the steps and you turned to the left, you went through doors, and that's where he had, I guess the best way to say it would be like a hobby doing gunsmithing, so he kept the gunsmithing equipment down there.
Okay.
And then if you went further down, there was another area where he had some water purification systems and storage cabinets.
You say gunsmithing, what do you mean?
He owned firearms, and sometimes if they needed to be worked on or looked at, he would actually clean them, repair them, take them apart.
Did you ever shoot firearms with Mr. Caneiro?
Yes.
Okay, where'd you do that?
At that time, I think Paul had 2 memberships.
Okay.
And they were more outdoor ranges, and I had a membership in Lakewood at an indoor range.
At Sure Shot?
Yes.
Okay, did he have a membership at Sure Shot?
I don't remember if he had a membership because you could bring guests, so I'm not really sure.
Those outdoor ranges, there's an outdoor range across the street from Tilden Drive, right?
Yeah.
Gun Club Road, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's nearby, right?
Yes.
Did you ever go there with Mr. Caneiro?
No, I had been there for a safety course, but I did not go with Paul.
Now, can I have the back table for a moment? Dr. Gould, I just wanted to show you a couple photos, just for context, if you don't mind. Let me show you S1A, slide 3. And I'm just going to ask you if you recognize what that shows. And
Andrew, OG.
Recognize that area?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the front of Paul's house.
Okay, and what's in the back here?
Right here?
Yeah.
My house.
That's your house. I just wanted to make sure. Can I have S1A slide 3? It's going to be on the screen in front. Okay, so, Doctor, you just pointed it out here, but could you just explain what we're looking at here? And you can use that pen if you'd like.
Right. This is the front of Paul's house, and this is the back end of my house. The northern side would be over here.
I don't know why that thing is not working.
That's okay.
It usually does. Our screen is... So what we're going to do is we're just going to look up here. The house that's kind of in the majority of the photo is 27 Tilton, correct?
Yes.
And then just kind of over top the garage with the 3 windows on the left, that's your house in the back, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just, if I could, I'm going to show you slide 6 of S1A. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what's that show?
That is actually the northern side of Paul's house where the garage doors are.
Okay. So north is up to the left, right?
Yes.
Your house would be east, right? Okay. Can I have slide 6, please? Okay. So when we're looking at that photo, if you could just kind of just explain now that the jury can see it.
Okay. This is the back where Paul's garage is. My house would be back here. Way up here was where my wife's office was, and this is the other part of our house.
Okay. All right.
It's not working at all.
It's not, Judge.
I'm talking to Dave now.
Paul could probably fix it for you, Your Honor, if you want to give him a shot.
These are Mr. Caneiro. Sorry. Dr. Gould, those are Mr. Caneiro's cars in the driveway, right?
They're his cars, or daughter's cars.
Oh.
But they're owned by the
They
Caneiro
belong
family.
at that residence?
Yes.
Okay. And your cameras are on the back. You have cameras. You had a bunch of cameras on your
Yes,
house, right?
yes, I did.
But there was 2 on the back, right?
There was a camera that was here. I'm trying to think, this was the main camera. I did have another camera, but it was inside the house, facing outward, and there was a camera on the other side of the house. When I was installing the cameras, I had asked Paul's advice, and every main entry point had a camera on it.
Okay. I'm going to stop us for a second. Can you guys just go in the jury room for a second? Don't discuss the case, don't do any research. I want to fix this issue so that I want to make sure that we can get this captured. Doctor, you can take a seat. our IT person.
IT person's going to come out and work on it. If he can't figure it out, we're going to have to turn to Paul. Paul would probably be able to fix it. Maybe Paul will just give some friendly advice from across the table here. But we're going to get the stylus up and running. I think we can all follow the conversation so far as far as whose house is whose. Pergola buddies. That's what we have here. Is the witness trying too hard? Is the witness trying too hard here? And I say too hard because it does definitely sound like he's on a side here. He is a pro Paul in a big way. Is it coming across too much? Interesting that they went out to dinner together. It's fixed. You just have to turn it on. Here comes the jury. I do like the witness's shirt color. Yep, it works. It works. Now undo. Yep, there we go. I like the shirt and tie combo. It's a smart match. Probably came together in the same package, I'm guessing. Very few of us men are able to buy color coordinated clothing. We have to get it chosen for us. Maybe his wife dresses him. Interesting that he said he had problems with his security system. Paul offered to help, and Paul ended up making him a customer for Square One. It's like, so I had Square One manage it. Well, he was probably the last customer on the list. That's what wives are for. Tell us what to wear. Tell us what not to wear. I know when I wear my gray shirt with my gray shorts, my wife's like, no, don't do that.
I just want you to know I could have fixed it myself, but I didn't want to show off.
Sure. Would you turn it off, turn it back on again?
All right, we're good to go now. Mr. Decker, I'm going to ask for you to step back. Yeah, and I'd like for you to step back to the picture before, because there was conversation about that we did not capture, so that the record is clear. I'd appreciate it if you do that.
Yes, sir, Judge, of course. Can I go back to slide 3, please? Doctor, we're going to go back to that first slide, number 3, which is on the screen now in front of you, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Could you just put an X on, like, the 27 Tilton residence? There you go. And then when we talked about your house, can you put like a Y over top or something? Okay, great. Thank you.
X
All right, so we'll mark that. Is slide 3. I don't know what point
Can you
we're
put
on
an
with
H
that
over the one house and then an H over the other house as well?
I can hear you. There's a delay, Mike.
Oh, that's okay. So I just want to confirm that it's 3 point something. I don't have my latest for that slide.
Your Honor, it's 2.
3.2? Thank you. All right, so 3.2. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Can we go back to slide 6 now, please? So we're looking at S1A, slide 6. And again, you referenced where your house was. Can you put a Y over there again? Thank you, Doctor.
That looks like
an X. This is the garage, I think, of 27 Tilton, right?
Yes.
You put like a G there or something? Great, thank you.
Okay, who writes the G's like that?
You said that the 2 white cars, they belonged there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you didn't know which one was specifically whose, but they both belonged at the residence?
Yes.
And you referenced one of the cameras from the back of your house that was like on the back of your house, correct?
Correct.
Could you put like a little circle? Like I know you may not be able to see it.
A camera right here.
Okay.
And there was a window here, and on the inside there was a camera that faced directly out.
Okay.
But
yes, you want to go a little above it with an arrow, maybe it'll actually mark better. There
perfect.
Thank you, Doc. And with respect to that camera footage, you testified that you ultimately gave it to the police, right?
Yes.
All the cameras from your home.
Whatever they asked for.
Okay. And ultimately, they took it and they ultimately looked at it. You imagine, right?
Yes.
Did you look at any of the footage prior to turning it over to the police?
No.
How about afterwards?
Yes, but it wasn't until a few weeks afterwards, just because being on call, and I just never really wanted to look at it.
we
did check it a few weeks later.
Sorry. Can we just save that 6.3?
When you looked at it, did you see a car leave at 2:08 in the morning from that 27 Tilden driveway?
When they originally asked for the video footage, I gave them the original, but then they asked for another set. So I saw a car coming back on the first set, and it wasn't until maybe weeks later that I saw the second, what they requested for, and that's when I saw a car leaving.
So you saw a car leaving the driveway at 27 Tilden in the middle of the night?
Yes.
Early morning hours?
Yes.
It's about 2:08.
It would be time-stamped on the...
Then did you see the car come back about 2 hours later?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see when the fire first became visible on the back of 27 Tilden?
Not when it... On the camera or in reality?
On the camera.
Yes.
Okay. You weren't up when the fire started, right? Okay. You weren't up when the time when the car left 27 Tilden?
No.
You weren't up when the car came back to 27 Tilden, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And obviously you talked about the relationship between Paul and Keith Caneiro, right?
Yes.
And they were close, correct?
Yes.
They were a year apart. They were brothers, right?
Yes.
But obviously, I mean, you'd acknowledge, Doctor, that you weren't privy to all their conversations, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you weren't privy to all their, personal conversations, right?
Correct.
As well as you weren't privy to all the inner workings of the two of them as they related to, like, owning
Finances.
businesses together, correct? And you obviously mentioned Square One, right? Yeah,
Right.
sorry, you just got to say it for the record. And EcoStar, right?
Yes.
And did you know the dynamics of, like, who owned how much of what?
No.
Okay, Paul never told you the dynamics of the majority versus the minority of, say, Square One?
We were good friends, and I didn't really want to pry into his business affairs.
Okay, so you didn't pry into his business affairs?
No.
Okay, so you didn't talk about any loans he took or anything like that?
He indicated he doesn't know.
I don't know what the loan is for, if it's personal or if it's... if you know.
I didn't ask any questions or knew anything about loans.
So you weren't aware in November of 2018 anything about...
Objection.
He hasn't finished his sentence yet. What's the objection?
Can we approach Judge?
Sure, of course.
This is the second time the defense has approached today, and I think with zero hope of changing the judge's mind. The judge is like, "What's the objection? This is allowed. You can go there." The defense doesn't like this because the state is now going to use this character witness who knows Paul very well, knows his family very well, knows Keith, knows the kids, knows everybody very well, and they're going to drag him through all the evidence. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? And it's going to be terrible for Paul. But should be a short sidebar. I don't see this one going very long. Looks like it's done.
Doctor, just a couple more questions. What I was asking is it fair to say that back in November of 2018, you weren't aware of anything regarding Mr. Caneiro's financial status?
The only thing I did know about was he had a disability policy, because I had one also, and they were very similar disability policies. That's the only thing I knew about.
Okay. You weren't aware of any phone calls the night before November 19th between Keith and Paul?
No, not at all.
I just wanted to, because you mentioned you knew Keith Caneiro, Jennifer, Sophia, and Jesse, correct?
Yes.
Doctor, I just want to show you what's been marked as S2 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's a picture of Keith, Jennifer, Jesse, and Sophia.
Can I have that published, please? Doctor, just now that it's in front of the jury, can you just tell us what that picture shows and who that is?
Keith, Jennifer, Sophia, and Jesse.
Keith, describe his hair for me.
Sparse.
Okay. He kind of had a shaved head. He kind of had a shaved head, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Paul has hair, correct?
Yes.
And he's had hair as long as you knew him, right?
Yes.
And Corey had a shaved head like that, right? Like Keith?
Pretty much the whole time I knew him, yes.
Judge, can we just approach for 2 seconds?
Sure. Can we turn the lights back on, please?
All of the lights. Beautiful family. Not sure what the objection would be right here. Unless it's something about a underage victim's face being shown. I don't understand is how we're getting into character evidence in this phase of the trial. Well, they want to paint him as a good guy. The guy who, big family man, would drop anything to help his brother. Always throwing the barbecues. But clearly the neighbor who was a good, close friend, they went out to eat regularly and you know, often they were close enough friends that they had a bridge between their two houses. A tunnel, I guess you could say. An above-ground tunnel of pergolas. And they would often eat together, barbecue together, spend time together, celebrate Christmas and New Year's together. Yet the state goes in there and starts asking questions about some of the details, some of the more difficult parts in their life. He doesn't understand. He thinks there might have been something between them maritally back in the day, which might involve Colombia or might not. You guys know if you were here, you know. But he doesn't know about the financial situation. Doesn't know much about the business, some of the pressures that were on the family that way, or the relationship that way. So, live, Lori, live. So we can't fast forward, unfortunately. It sort of is what it is. Sidebar continues. Paul's wearing headphones so he can listen in. We've heard that the jury during this time, there's a noise machine that's turned on in the court so nobody else can hear, and the jury talks to each other, just chatters, and the judge has actually told them they have to be quieter during that time. It's like, I don't mind if you talk, but you got to be quieter. Stays open the door. What about the other trial? You're talking about the Judge Boyd. We want to see how that one ends. We might be able to catch that during the lunch break or something today. The guy trying to knock out Keith's garage light had hair. Hair or a hat? Please buy a time travel cable. Northwest, I'm gonna need you to fund that one for me. It's a big buy. It's a big buy. There was a woman, the guy that talked to the guy with Trial TV Live, and she said that Paul had moved out for a while and just moved back in with Susan right before this happened. I don't know how to verify. Paul had moved out for a while. We've heard sort of rumblings and questions, I guess in the form of questions about Corey living with Paul right about this time. And Corey being called over to the house, but I don't know. I haven't heard anything about Paul moving out. Was the juror excused? My mom called me, and I thought I should pay more attention to her. No, the juror was not excused. Juror number 9 stands. Thank you, Northwest. I'll put that straight to use.
I'm sorry. I just want to show you what's been marked as S501. Just, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, who's in that picture?
Raise this up. Paul with his daughter, Kate.
Okay.
And either Minky or Kaya. One of the dogs.
One of the dogs. Did you know the dogs?
Yes.
Did they bark?
Not much.
Okay. Now, does that, and I'm asking you whether you know, because you know them, does that appear to be a picture from the time frame that we're discussing, November of 2018 or somewhere in that time frame?
I couldn't tell you because it may have been before that.
Okay.
It may have been before that.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not that's what Mr. Caneiro looked like back in 2018, 2017?
I got to be honest, I don't have the memory to go back that far to know how he dressed at that point. But I do know that's him, that's his daughter. I'll say, based on the daughter's age, she was probably in her early 20s.
Okay, and that's their deck, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Doc.
And the pergola would be back there.
Oh, okay. So you can see the pergola.
Pergola and the gate back there.
Great. Thank you. Doctor, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Any redirect? Okay.
Doctor, you mentioned obviously Sophia and Jesse as well just now, and I think the prosecutor talked to you a little bit about them. What was Paul's relationship with Jesse and Sophia?
Very good. Fabulous. You know, by the time Jesse and Sophia were coming around, especially when they were, 8, 12 in that ballpark, his children had already been in their 20s. They were older. So it was kind of like having, his kids again. So he especially loved Jesse because he had 2 daughters, and he he could do things with Jesse that he may not have done with his daughters. But he loved them very much. And again, whenever we had gatherings together, even between both our houses, those 2 kids essentially had free reign. And it would not be uncommon for Jesse or Sophia to run into our backyard, go into our house, into where our kids' playroom was, and play with toys, and they would just go back and forth. So it was a very good relation, and he kind of spoiled them on the holidays.
Yeah, he spoiled that all right.
And the prosecutor asked you a little bit about whether you had gone to the shooting range with Mr. Caneiro, and I think you mentioned that you went to a different shooting range at some point without Mr. Caneiro to take a gun safety course. Do you remember that?
That was many years ago, and it was down in, I guess, Ocean Township. It was Gun Club Road. It's mainly for skeet shooting.
So, just to clarify, did you have your own gun collection?
Yes.
And, how old were you approximately when you started owning guns?
I started at age 18.
Okay. So the fact that you owned guns and Paul owned guns, was that part of your, just one aspect of your friendship?
It was one aspect of the friendship that we could talk about and communicate.
And lastly, the prosecutor asked you some questions about your surveillance system and things of that nature.
Yes.
Did you ever employ or use the services of Square One to assist with any type of IT work?
Yes. When we had our first practice, everything was on paper. And that was being a thing of the past. So we were going to electronic medical records. So the whole office had to be set up for computers, both wired and wireless. We also needed a server. So we contacted Square One, I went through Paul, and they came over and wired the whole office. They set up access points for wireless, and they put in workstations for the receptionists, the nurses, people that would do the billing, and they put a server in. And then as part of that, Now that it's a medical practice, it needed to be secured. So I had mentioned to him about HIPAA regulations. We had to make sure that nobody could hack in for information. So he also set up an external firewall. And again, not my technical knowledge, but whatever was needed in case there was a breach, we could refer to Square One for their expertise and our protection. And as part of that, we put a rider on because I would log in from my house to the office. Therefore, my house needed to be protected also.
Gotcha. And so just to, notwithstanding that one aspect of using their services to assist an IT issue with your business and your home, other than that, to clarify, your relationship with Paul and Susan and his family, as well as with Keith and Jennifer and their family, was it more personal or was it business?
Welcome. Big and Billy, welcome to North Carolina.
Hey, recross.
Just, Doctor, obviously, Mr. Caneiro was very tech savvy, correct?
Correct.
He was able to do all that for your office, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
Yes.
access points, correct?
Yes.
Able to enable it so you could remotely access your home from your office and your office from your home?
Yes.
Right? Thank you.
You can sit down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Working those access points doesn't make sense why you just unplug a camera because his internet was having trouble.
How's everybody doing? Okay. All right. We'll call our, the defense can call our next witness.
Who can it be now? I think this case is moving right along. I can't imagine this going more than taking longer than this week. The doctor takes a seat in the gallery next to the supporters of Paul. Doctor's wife drops her coat off next to the doctor.
Did you say who you're calling? You didn't say who you were calling.
Miss Pam Gold.
Miss Pam Gold? Okay. Ma'am, come on up. Just watch your step, please.
Pam Gold, or Gould, depending on how you want to say it.
If you could do me a favor, could you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Get yourself seated and comfortable. And once you are, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Pamela Gould, Gould.
Ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to do me one favor. During the course of your testimony, please keep your voice up. Jurors number 15 and 16 in the back corner over there, they need you here. Okay. You, okay? All right, thank you. Ms. Mastalone, go ahead.
Good morning. Ms. Gould, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Pam Gould, officially Pamela, but I use Pam.
And what is your current occupation?
I am retired.
And what's your educational background?
I graduated from Montclair State College in December of 1984 with a bachelor's in business administration.
And are you married to Dr. Jack Gould, who we just heard from?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously we just heard from your husband, so we already have, background. We know that you and your husband were neighbors with the Caneiros for many years. So I just want to focus on the nature of your relationship with them.
Hang on, don't coach her in her testimony.
Generally,
She might say differently.
Describe your relationship with Paul and his family and how it developed over time.
We were very, very close for 25 years or so when we were back neighbors. They moved in about 6 months after we did. Our children are all about a year staggered apart. So the kids became fast friends, and we became fast friends. Over the years, we became closer and closer, really extended family.
And what kind of things did your family and the Caneiro family do together?
A lot of hanging out in our backyards, but we also vacationed together, dinners out, dinners in, movies. We went to a couple Broadway shows.
She says hot
traveled
tubs.
a couple times together as families. Lots of barbecues in our backyards.
So did you consider yourself and your family close to the Caneiro family?
Extremely.
Okay. And Did you consider them like family?
Absolutely. Extended family for sure.
And in the Caneiro family, who were you? How often would you see the Caneiros?
Susan and I spent much more time together than with the kids when they were younger, but Susan and I would spend maybe 2-3 days a week together, sometimes more. In the summer, we would just be out in the yard with the kids, but on average, probably 2 to 3 times a week.
Were there times when you would see her more than that?
Yeah, for sure. In the summers, we would basically see almost daily. If the weather was good, we'd be outside with kids playing. They had a pool, we had a pool. We would go back and forth between the 2 yards.
And since you were close with Susan
pool hopping?
and Paul and their family, and spent a lot of time together, including the summer barbecues and things of that nature, did you also have the occasion to spend time with Keith and Jennifer Caneiro and their family?
Yes.
And can you explain how you came to know them?
Well, they were always present for Christmas Eve, was always at the Caneiro house. So Keith and Jen were always there with some other people, on and off, whoever it was that year, but they were there every year for Christmas Eve. And then when we would just be in the yard, if it was a barbecue or one of the kids' birthdays or a 4th of July weekend holiday, they would come over and spend the day in the yard with the Caneiro family and my family.
And so based on how well you knew the Caneiro family, how would you describe Paul?
Paul is very intelligent, very well read, sometimes kind, giving soul.
Have they coordinated their testimony?
And would you consider him like a helpful person?
Extremely helpful. He would offer up advice and physical help whenever there was a problem with our pool or our internet, which I'm sure my husband spoke about.
Yes.
That kind of stuff.
You mentioned, what was his demeanor like? Was he generally, what was his demeanor like?
He was very jovial and even-tempered.
Even-tempered?
Even-tempered, yes. Never saw him lose his temper, yell, scream, nothing like that.
Okay. And based on how well you knew Paul and Keith and the interactions, like the frequency you would see them and your interactions with them, I want to ask you about the nature of their relationship. How would you describe Keith and Paul's relationship?
Very close. Very close.
And can you explain more about that?
Paul was very protective of Keith, took care of Keith, that I saw personally, but we also heard stories of when they were growing up.
So I don't want to elicit any hearsay, nothing that anyone else said.
Okay.
Just based on your personal knowledge and what you know and what you've observed and what you've seen, is there anything else that you can tell us about just, either the bond between Keith and Paul or how close they were, things of that nature?
They were very close. They spent a lot of time together, obviously working together, but also outside of work. They spent a lot of time together.
And what about when Keith went back to school?
Paul was 100% supportive.
And do you have any knowledge of how Paul and Keith might typically handle disagreements with each other?
I believe they talked them out, never saw anything physical. Sometimes it would get a little contentious or tense, but it was always hashed out, and then they would pick up where they left off, go get something for lunch or dinner.
Oh, this is going to open a door.
And
it was always, she's seen multiple times where they argued.
I also want to ask you about Paul and his relationship with Jesse and Sophia. How would you describe that?
Paul loved those kids like his own, especially had a very close bond with Jesse.
And when you say a close bond with Jesse, are you aware of any specific things that they would do together?
I know they did lunch dates from time to time, and you could just see the bond when they were together. They would just connect.
And are you aware of any renovations that Paul and Susan had at the house?
Yes.
And what was the approximate time frame of the renovations?
It was over the course of a couple of years. I don't remember what years those were, but it was over the course of a few years.
Was it like closer to, if you just approximate, was it like after 2015 or around that time or
Probably around 2015.
Around then?
I think so.
And you said over the course of a few years?
A couple years, yeah.
Okay. And can you tell us, based on your knowledge, like what do you know about the renovations?
It was a full house reno, done room by room. Bathrooms, kitchen, new floors, sheetrock, moldings, everything was replaced and updated.
And how did Paul, like, when he would talk about the renovations, how did he express himself? Without saying what he said, but what was your general impression?
Oh, he was very excited. He was very involved he did a lot of research on all the products, and he was very excited about updating everything and liked to talk about it a lot.
And was there anything,
Sorry.
That was the judge.
are you aware of a backpack that Paul typically had?
I know he had a backpack, yes.
Okay, and do you know where he kept it or where?
I believe it stayed in the car most of the time.
He kept a spare barrel in there, if I remember
And
correctly.
I want to draw your attention to November 19th of 2018. Do you remember?
How does she know that?
I do.
And what, if anything, was special about that day?
That was my birthday.
And did you do anything that day to celebrate it with anyone in the Caneiro family?
Susan came over in the afternoon and we had a cup of tea.
And do you know around what time that was?
Probably around 2:30 or so till about 4:30.
And to your knowledge, where was Paul at that time?
He was sleeping.
Okay. And do you know, to your knowledge, do you know why? Objection.
Sustained. I'm sorry. Come on up.
Why he was sleeping? Judge was quick to sustain that one. I don't think it's going to get overturned. Let me take just a minute. I want to say thank you to my mods. They're amazing. When we get conversations in chat that can go off the rails or start to go off the rails, they do what I've asked them to do, and we'll delete a text here too. And oftentimes it's it might seem like it's like why that one. I have my reasons, and they're very, very good at catching the ones that I want deleted. We do have a hard and fast rule. We don't talk about what the mods did or why. If you have a problem, I have a burner phone. You can call me day or night, and I'll talk to you about it.
Based on how well you knew the Caneiro family, was it
But if
usual or unusual?
If you talk about the mods,
Either
it gets
way,
deleted.
For Paul to be sleeping around that time?
It happened periodically. It wasn't a daily thing, but it did happen periodically.
Okay. And do you know why? Objection.
Don't answer that. Ladies and gentlemen, can you go in the jury room for a second, please?
Okay, we're getting some judicial displeasure here. I think the judge just told them what not to do, and I think they just did it and asked for that same answer again. Someone's about to get a whooping. I didn't even hear the question. I was busy thinking about the mods. Thank you very much, mods. Appreciate it. Yeah, let the spankings commence.
Everybody can be seated. So for the record, we're outside the presence of the jury. How do you know that he would be sleeping at times during the day?
Susan would tell me.
Right.
That's hearsay.
And as to why he would be sleeping, how would you know that information?
Susan would tell me that he was having a headache.
Okay. All right. So that's all hearsay. I'm not going to allow those questions to be asked. So, Ms. Massalone, I had said it already at sidebar. We went back to it again. I'm ordering you not to do that, to go down that line of questioning now that we know for sure. We've heard the answer from the juror.
From the witness.
We will allow the direct to continue. I heard one go into the bathroom, so we'll just check that. As soon as they're not in the bathroom anymore, we'll bring them back out, okay? Yes. All right.
Can I just put my position on the record, which is simply that even if it is hearsay, it falls under the exception of state of mind and present like medical condition. I understand the court had a prior ruling with respect to the time frame of when Keith was on the phone with Paul that evening. And the court had a concern, I guess, about the issue of reliability. But I think asking this witness generally over time why Mr. Caneiro would be typically sleeping at a certain time during the day, and referencing like a medical issue, that was the reason, that there is an issue of reliability, because there's no reason for, like, that's the whole purpose of hearsay, is we don't want to elicit statements out of court that are unreliable, but this would be a reliable statement because we're just talking about generalities and over time, and this is earlier in the day. So I don't, you know, even if it is hearsay, I think it does fall under an exception. And
overruled.
That's there.
Ms. Wallace, do you want to respond?
As a statement submitted is hearsay, that doesn't fall under the state of mind exception because the state of mind would not be relevant to anything. It's squarely hearsay. The defense filed 1,000 motions over the summer that this could have been hashed out then. The state filed motions to bring in certain hearsay that were heard. The state's position is that this does not fall under state of mind evidence.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to hold it against the defense for not bringing this out based upon a certain case law that exists. However, I do agree that under the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule, I do not find this to be relevant to the circumstances here. I find that whether it's reliable or not, that's not the reason that the court is not going to be allowing this information. It's the question really is for this court is what is the relevance to this information as it relates to this case. I don't find it to, one, be relevant, nor, number two, do I find it fits under the exception of the state of mind and or any other hearsay exception. So therefore, I'm not going to allow that question to be asked.
It's not state of mind. It's not present sense of
I'm
impression.
going to also order you,
it's not excited
now,
utterance.
you're hearing me saying what I'm saying. You are not allowed to just elicit or just say that information.
Okay.
All right, because I'm saying right now that that information should not go before the jury, okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. So as soon as we have our jurors ready, we'll bring them back out.
Please only testify to things that you personally have knowledge of.
And I apologize to everyone for the little coughing fit I just had.
Got a candy in the mouth as well. I hear a cough drop of some sort of a lozenge in the cheek during his talking. All right. Yeah, HIPAA doesn't apply. That's for doctors. So the judge is taking zero crap today. And if defense pushes this issue again,
Direct examination, go ahead.
It might get
So we were discussing November 19th of 2018, and it was your birthday. Later that night, did you celebrate your birthday?
Yes.
Okay. And then what's the next thing that happened after that?
Katie, Mr. Caneiro's daughter, called us at shortly after 5 in the morning to tell us that there was a fire at their house and we should get our dogs and get out of the house in case there was a chance of it jumping to our house.
Okay. And did you see the Caneiro family at all that morning?
I did not.
Okay, and what was the reason for that?
We couldn't get to them through the backyard because of all of the fire activity. We couldn't get around on the street side because it was all blocked off.
And did Susan spend the night with you that night?
Yes.
And obviously a lot of time has passed since November of 2018. Are you still close with the Caneiro family?
Yes, very much.
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you, Judge.
Here comes
Good morning,
the
school.
damage.
Good morning. Just a couple of questions. You indicated that you would see Mr. Caneiro and interact with his brother and Jennifer and the kids on occasion.
Yes.
And I think you indicated that those would be, or maybe you didn't, but what kinds of occasions would those be?
Christmas Eve always, and then if there was a birthday party for one of the girls, or a barbecue on the weekend, haphazardly, sometimes a holiday, sometimes just have a barbecue.
Okay, so it was on rare occasions that you would see them interact.
Occasional.
And it would be during happy times, right?
Yes.
Vacations, barbecues, things like that. Yes?
Yes.
Certainly, you didn't know how Keith Caneiro and the defendant interacted with one another when nobody was around. Is that correct?
Correct.
You weren't privy to any of their private communications, right?
Private, no.
Or their interactions over the phone?
Personally, no.
No. You were not present for any of their discussions regarding business, right?
Not that I can recall. Just
or any of their disagreements?
Casual conversations, but nothing.
You didn't know anything about any financial arrangements that they had, is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't know anything about the defendant's financial situation, is that right?
Yes.
He didn't confide in you about his finances or anything like that?
No.
And you didn't know about any escalating tensions between Keith and the defendant in 2018, did you?
Go ahead, what's your objection?
She's characterizing it as escalating, and that's argumentative.
Okay, just ask it differently.
Sure. Did you know anything about any tensions between Keith and his brother Paul in 2018?
No.
You weren't aware of any arguments that they may or may not have had, is that right?
Nothing specific, no.
You weren't aware of any frustrations that Keith may have had with his brother Paul, is that correct?
Objection asked and answered as far as she's not aware of any of these private conversations.
I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Sure. You weren't aware of any frustrations that Keith may or may not have had with his brother Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
You weren't aware of any future plans that Keith may or may not have communicated to his brother Paul about their businesses, is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
Correct. And were you aware of any other financial situations with regard to the defendant being the trustee of an insurance policy?
I do not believe I was aware of that then.
Okay. And is it fair to say you were closer with Susan Caneiro than you were with Paul Caneiro?
We spent more time together, yes.
And in fact, you indicated you saw her on November 19th.
Yes.
You guys had tea together?
Yes.
All right. Did you see the defendant on that date?
I did not.
And certainly you did not see Keith on that date, is that right?
Correct.
And you weren't privy to any phone conversations that the two of them may have had or may not have had, is that correct?
Correct.
You weren't privy to who was angry, is that right?
Objection. Again, just this has been established.
I'm going to sustain the objection to the form of that question. So you can ask it differently, but I think that question is improper. Go ahead.
Ma'am, were you aware of any communications that Keith and Paul had on the night of November 19th?
No, I was not.
So you were not aware of any ultimatums that Keith had given Paul that night?
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. She doesn't know, so she doesn't know. We're going to leave it there.
You indicated that you were close to Susan Caneiro. Yes. Were you aware then that she and the defendant slept in separate bedrooms?
Yes.
Were you aware that Susan actually slept in the master bedroom?
Yes.
Were you aware that the master bedroom right beneath that is the origin of the fire?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay. Any redirect?
Are they insinuating that he meant to kill his wife, too?
How often would you see Paul and Susan and their families?
The summer of 18, probably 3 or 4 times a week.
Okay, and how often did you see Keith and Jennifer and their kids?
Over the course of that summer, maybe 3 times.
Okay, and you also, you mentioned holidays, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, and so you've known the Caneiro family for how long?
Since 1996, so 25 years at the time.
Okay, and obviously you didn't see Keith and Jennifer and their family as often as you saw Paul and Susan's family, right?
Right.
Okay, but did you see them like regularly? How often?
A couple times a year, minimum. 3, maybe 4 times a year.
And that's over the course of 20-something years?
Yes.
And did you ever, even if you weren't present with them? Were there occasions where you would just learn things generally, without saying what you learned, just learn things generally about the family?
I don't know what. Come on.
The judge almost says, I don't know where you're going with this. I've noticed in this particular case, there's a tendency for each side to want to get the last word, to score the last point, which obviously in a case like this, you want to win for your client. You want a witness to be beneficial for your client. But it almost seems personal in this case, like the two sides against each other.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sustain the objection to that question, but I'm going to allow a new question. Go ahead.
Ms. Gould, did you talk to Susan regularly?
When?
Just generally
Oh,
over the
yes.
course of all the many years you've
Yes,
known her?
absolutely.
And did you also talk to Paul regularly over the course of the many years you've known him?
Less frequently, but regularly, yes.
Regularly?
Yes.
And when you would talk to Susan and Paul, or maybe their children, was a topic of discussion often family?
Periodically. Sure.
And
Don't let him set up your security cameras, though. You got to draw the line
there were
somewhere.
obviously a lot of questions about what you don't know, right? Was your relationship with Paul and Susan and their family, was it, and Keith and Jennifer, was it more personal or was it business?
Personal.
Okay. And obviously you can only speak to what you know, right?
Yes.
Okay. Based on what you do know, did you ever have any concerns about the relationship between Paul and Keith?
Objection.
Sustained. Form of that question.
I'll just ask you this one more time. Based on what you do know, how would you describe the closeness of Paul and Keith and their families?
They were very close. Paul loved Keith and Jen and those children.
Thank you.
You can step down, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break right now. Please don't discuss this case, do any research. We'll see you back at about 10:25 or so, depending on when you're ready. Thank you.
I think that can be true. I think that last statement can be true, that Paul did love them. And I'm surprised the state didn't go elsewhere on the cross. This witness had testified about the disagreements that she saw between Paul and Keith, and that sometimes it could get sort of heated, but they would talk things and work things out. I would ask her specifically what she remembers.
All right, so everyone
What
take
she
a break. We'll
remembers
see
from
you
those
back at
disagreements.
10:25.
What were they about? Was it about money? Was it about which football team is going to win this weekend? So, interesting. I don't know. The defense decided not to go there. But I think he might have gotten into a little bit of trouble where he felt pressured to do something, take action. I think his life might have been sort of crumbling around his ears. And the expectations that the others had of him, possibly even financially, might have made it conducive for him to choose this course of action. All right. Trying to respond to everybody and follow chat and listen to the case at the same time. We can't fast forward. Why? Because we be live. We be live. Go Pats. Patriots. When is the Super Bowl? Is that this weekend? I forgot. You guys told me once before. Oh, and I forgot to tell Mrs. R.A. that the Olympics are starting. She needs to know. Hang on one second. All right. I've used the our our home paging system, which was installed in this house when it was first built, which is yelling at the top of my voice. And pretty much everyone in the house can hear you because we don't have insulated walls. So now she knows that the Olympics are starting. Okay, the Super Bowl is Sunday. Is the Super Bowl? All right. Sunday. Hey. Oh, look at this. Hang on one second. I got some fried eggs and toast. And I'm going to let you guess what's in this cup. I'm not going to tell you, but you can guess. I can't eat this during the break though. So I'm going to have to wait. It's going to have to cool down for a bit. Nice. Fork. I'm going to eat it like sandwiches. All right. Yes. It's milk. Of course it's milk. Of course it's milk. It's delicious. Did go to the store before this last threat of a storm and had a little bit of a showdown at Walmart. I'm not sure if you guys have ever had this happen before, but I was going down the water aisle the same time. That's where I get my water. It's at Walmart or Sam's Club, depending on which one I'm headed to. But I'm headed down the aisle to pick up my Deer Park water. And also headed down the aisle at the same time is a Walmart employee pushing one of those carts with the blue boxes on it where they're picking up orders for people who are sort of going to do curbside pickup. And we're sort of at the water at the same time, and I'm sitting there looking at the pallet where they sell the Deer Park water. And the shopper lady, is also looking at the same pallet. And there was one package of water left. Now in my head, I'm thinking, but I don't need just one. I need two. I was thinking too long because the lady just needed one. And she took the last Deer Park water. And so the fact that she has a Walmart jacket on prompted me to ask the next question, where I was wondering if there was any more Deer Park water, perhaps in back, that she would be able to access for my benefit. She had no clue. She just took it and left. And I let her. I like to think that was like my good deed for the day. A lesser me would have fought her for it right then and there. But I ended up having to get the little mini packs of water, which are like twice as expensive and exactly the same water. So, all right. She was an in-house shopper. Yeah. Has anyone heard that Walmart is going to start charging a subscription fee to use self-checkout? I heard this yesterday. I can tell you that that they're getting rid of a lot of self-checkouts in Mississippi. We covered the story, actually. Mississippi they did a test. They got rid of self-checkouts, and the crime, and by crime we're talking about skip scanning and changing labels and mistyping in things and everything, dropped by 50%. And so they're tearing them all out. Not sure what you want about Judge Boyd trial, but keep an eye on it. Closings are about to start. We'll keep an eye on that. Actually, let me do this about that. Let me save Judge Boyd in case she deletes it. Judge Stephanie Boyd. Give it the channel. Okay, we're going to record that. Okay, and for information, that's just right here.
The evidence that you're going to receive in this case, I'm going to read to you what's called the charge of court.
Okay, so she's going to read the jury instructions. We've got that. Thank you, Josh. I'm capturing that on the NAS storage. I'm going to taste just a little bit of this milk. I know I'm probably going to spill it, but we'll save that update. That is good stuff. That is good. Closings after jury charge. Yes, so she's doing jury charge. We'll keep all that, but we'll probably only listen to the closings. We might have a verdict music today. We might get verdict music today. Where's the other trial? That trial is in San Antonio, Texas, in Judge Boyd's courtroom. What is it, 368th? Full octane milk? Yes. Yes, I don't want any of the skim stuff. Added water? Yuck. Per Google, store managers can choose to prioritize Walmart Plus and Spark drivers. What? What does that mean? Like, when you say prioritize, Emily, I'm curious what this means. Did they get first dibs on everything in the store? In-store shoppers are way worse than regular shoppers. I can't really complain about them because we use them ourselves. It's only when we don't plan ahead that I have to make a quick Walmart stop that I have to go in myself. But Mrs. R.A. loves it because she hates shopping. San Antonio has amazing Mexican. Oh my goodness! Every time I've been to Texas, I've enjoyed the Mexican food we had down there. And I was in Houston, but they get special lines to check out. I've seen that. Our Walmart has 2 dedicated checkouts for those people. Use pickup and delivery. I love it. Honestly, I don't like people touching my groceries, so I'd rather go myself, even though I know they're touched by many other people before. It's just it's knowing that someone did it. If you don't know and you could just assume that a robot put them there, it's better. I will tell you that it's now more difficult to pick up your groceries. We used to go to Walmart and we just you hit a button on your app and you say white car parked in this spot, and you just open the trunk and they just come and load you up, and you don't even have to say anything to them. They're not allowed to take tips either. I found that out. Tried, not allowed. But now they come and they're like, we sent a special code to your phone, a special QR code. You need to show me the code or the barcode, and I'll have to scan it to confirm that you are actually the car that you say you are in the spot where you say you are, and with the order that you say you have. It's like, wow, I guess people were stealing groceries at the pickup line. They loaded the wrong car or something. Wonder how many times that happened before they started that. I don't trust them enough to know how to pick produce. Oh my goodness, they're the worst. They get the closest thing. You say, I want some avocados, and they're going to pick up the ones that are like 3 months away from being ripe. An avocado, watermelon, apples and tomatoes. Those things you cannot have someone else shop for you. You have to get them yourself. I tip them by telling them I found a bill laying on the ground. That works. They're like, yeah, I'll take it in. Yeah. So just hold it up to your closed window. I found I have to go in the back and sort of supervise, because they'll bring the carts out, and for some reason our 8 gallons of milk are always at the bottom, and our 5 loaves of bread are at the top. And so the 5 loaves of bread get put in, and if I don't help them load the car, the milk goes on top of the bread. It's like they never took they never played the game with the cake layers where they get narrower and you have to move them from one side to the other, but you can never have a bigger layer on top of a smaller layer of cake. You know, remember that game, the little 3 sticks you have to move? They've never played that game. And so they just smash whatever it is. It's like eggs, bottom, milk, top. It's like, no, who does that? Who does that? Used to shop for bands at concert venues. Some crazy stuff on the riders. Oh my goodness, Crazier Cat. You could probably tell stories for weeks about that. The closest I came, I never did that for a band, but working in broadcast television with, let's say, very well-known announcers that have quite a reputation and history with a team. Some of them, when they're coming to your arena to work, have riders. And some of the stuff they ask for is just nuts, as far as just like, this has to be on standby, this can't be anywhere near them. It's pretty funny. but I can only imagine what they request in their hotel room for before or after the show. Let's see. I get great produce, says Cass. Even watermelon, apples, lettuce, peppers, and avocados. No complaints. You're the lucky one. First job as a checker at the grocery store. I was very good at packing brown paper bags. Oh, my goodness. That is a skill. I remember growing up, our local grocery store. We had two stores. We had an Associated Food store, and we had a Albertsons store. And Albertsons was like the closest by far. It was twice as close, maybe even 3 times as close as it was it was a third the distance to the Associated Foods. But we always went to Associated Foods because they had checkers that were friendly and would go out to the car and load your car for you. And once you get to know them, and they would do anything. You call them up and they're like, hey, it's case lot sale coming up. Can I order? And my mom would always order like 100 cases of everything. So she's like, we're going to bring like a U-Haul truck and pick up food because there are 10 kids, right? And so it's going shopping for the family that size was equivalent to having a semi-truck deliver, a couple loads. And so she'd always call them like, okay, it's case lot sale. I'm going to need more than you bring in, so order extra for this. And they'd like set it aside on a pallet for her. And she'd be getting, all the food that she does. And they were just great. Albertsons, not so much. Albertsons is like, if it's not on the shelf, we restock the shelves every night. And you can get what's on the shelf the next morning. Decision done. Plus, they had the best donuts. Not Albertsons, the Associated Foods. I love Click and Go at Sam's Club. Oh, my goodness. My favorite thing to do there is to scan and pay for it using my phone. You use my phone to scan everything and pay for it as I'm walking out the exit because it takes a minute for it to process. And so it looks to them like I'm leaving without paying. But before I get to the lady who's actually supposed to, check and make sure you're good, I've paid for it, so I've got the barcode. She's like, wait. No, it's always like, wait, we've got one. He's trying to. No, it's good. Never mind. He's paid. I don't know why I like doing that. I'm just a rebel that way. All right, couple more minutes of break here. I apologize. I don't know why we got on this tangent. Too much sleep. My mind just goes places. Has anyone ever seen Walmart has a service they're testing in some areas where the person delivering your groceries comes inside your house and puts the groceries away? Oh, no. No. I've heard that Amazon did that, inside delivery for packages. Nope. I'd rather my package get stolen 9 times out of 10 than have the guy come in my house and... Nope. Let's see. You can't do Click and Go because I end up changing my mind later. Oh, yeah, you have to commit. Once it's scanned, it's on the list. Let's see. We get so close to the smokehouse guy at Lowe's Foods that they smoked our turkey for us one year for money a pound. I'm guessing that's an 8. I'm looking at my keyboard. No, it's $1 a pound. Smoked turkey, $1 a pound. Whoa. ShopRite, bring your own bags and bag your own groceries. Olympics start today. You seem to have a lot of stores near your sleepy little town. Where I live now in North Carolina is different. I do have 2 grocery stores near me, but one is across sort of like the highway, and one is on this side. So we have Piggly Wiggly and Food Lion. Piggly Wiggly is not my favorite. I think Food Lion is closest to Associated Foods. Piggly Wiggly is just, I don't know what, the clientele that go there, maybe it's because it's right next to the Dollar General or the dollar store. It's different. You go there and like half the cars in the parking lot are being worked on or repaired by people who are buying the parts at the auto parts store just next door. and it's just a different vibe when you go in that store. I don't know what it is about it. Was it you that told us about Runza casserole? I don't remember the names of food. Describe how it tasted, and then I'll tell you. Before I could drive, my mom would send me the list and a checkbook, and then we'd have to walk home with 20 bags of groceries about half a mile away over business. Over busy street and up a sand hill. Oh, my goodness. That's it's snow both ways, right? Uphill. Hate how they bag most things. They never get it right. Not hard to segregate foods. Frozen goes by itself. Cleaning supplies do not go with the food.
All right, be seated. Thank you.
Now I can eat my breakfast.
Just took something to take care of the cough. No more coughing. You guys can yell at me if I cough again.
But we're doing the same.
All right. So we're back on the record, and we'll continue with the defense's case. The defense can call their next witness.
Judge, the defense is going to call Mr. Jim Pritchett.
Okay. Watch your step as you're coming out here, and then when you get over towards the witness stand, if you could just put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can take your seat.
Thank you.
Sir. And once you're comfortable, can you tell us your full name and spell your last name, please?
It's James Pritchett. That's P as in Peter, R-I-T-C-H-E-T-T.
Okay. Sir, I'm just going to ask you to do me one favor. When you speak, please make sure you speak loud enough so that jurors number 15 and 16 can hear you, okay?
I'll try.
Okay. If not, I'll keep an eye on you, all right?
Thank you.
I got you. All right. Ms. Mastalone, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pritchett. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good morning. I'm James Pritchett, but I go by Jim.
And are you currently working?
I'm retired now.
And what did you do before you retired?
Leading up to retirement, I was in B2B sales for an insurance company, and then before that, I ran a business for Morgan Stanley.
And even though you're retired, do you do any type of work currently?
I volunteer. I volunteer at a local community center. I chair a couple of committees and was on the board for a couple of years. I'm also a what's known as a CASA. It's a court-appointed special advocate for children in the New Jersey foster care system.
And what's your educational background?
I have an undergrad degree in psychology, and I have an MBA in finance and investments.
And who do you live with?
I live with my wife, Stacy.
Okay. I want to first talk to you about the Caneiro family. Do you know Paul Caneiro and his family?
Yes.
And other than Paul, who else is in his immediate family?
There's Sue, or Susan, his wife, and his daughters, Katie and Marissa.
And can you tell us a little bit about how you know them?
Yeah, I met them. I met the entire Caneiro family back in 1993. I started dating my wife, and she's very good friends with Susan. And so I started going to different functions that they were having, like different events. They had a barbecue, I think was the first time. And started hanging out with them over the summer on a pretty regular basis. And then at the end of '93, I was at their house for Christmas Eve.
Okay, and so 1993, approximately how many years is it that you know them?
Probably it would be about 33 years, sometime in April or May.
Okay, so I want to talk to you a little bit about how well you know the Caneiro family. You kind of started to go into it, but can you explain to us how over time your relationship with Paul and his family developed?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time together. Stacy, my wife, was pretty good friends with Susan, if not best friends, and we would go and hang out with them. We lived in the city, they lived in New Jersey, so it was a good way to escape the city. And we just started talking about things. We had common background. We didn't, kind of blue collar growing up, and so, I grew up in the Bronx. They were from Brooklyn and Staten Island, and we just started hitting it off. So as I started becoming more friendly, it meant that, we were both going out and spending more time with them.
And what about your kids? Were your kids and close with the Caneiro kids?
Yeah, they're like family, I've known Katie since she was, 2 years old maybe. Marissa since the day she was born, and my girls have known them all of their lives. And given the amount of time that we spend with them, it's a family thing, I suppose.
And over time, what are the different types of activities you could tell the jury that you and Paul and Susan and the girls and your family? What kind of activities and things would you do? Kind of get-togethers, things of that nature.
Lots of barbecues over the summer. I guess as soon as it starts off with kind of Katie's birthday, because she was end of April, all the way through the end of the summer, just being down, having barbecues. Sue and Paul seemed to always love to host, and we were happy to take advantage of that. We were down there so much, probably should have been paying them a rental fee for being there in the summer. Beyond that, birthday parties for all of our kids. We went on vacations together. Went to Spain. Went to our first trip to Disney with our girls was a joint trip with the families. And Hershey Park is another one where we had gone multiple times with them. Even actually taking Katie and Marissa at times where Sue and Paul didn't go.
And you mentioned earlier that you were living in the city. At some point, did you move to New Jersey? And at some point, did you move to New Jersey?
We did. We moved after 9/11. We moved into town up in Union County.
Is this like 2001?
2001, yeah. Beginning of 2002, by the time we actually got to physically move in.
And once you moved to New Jersey, did you then see the Caneiro family even more often?
Probably every other week, it seemed like, and wasn't so much of an issue in terms of traveling and everything, especially for us back then. Being in the city made it a little bit harder to see them, but then we were able to just kind of jump on the Parkway and see them a lot more.
And would you consider yourself and your family close with the Caneiro family?
Yeah, we kind of think of them as an extension of our family. I mean, we have spent so much time with them.
And how do you refer to Katie and Marissa?
They're like our nieces in a sense, and I think that our daughters and Katie and Marissa think of themselves almost as cousins because they've spent so much time together. So.
Okay. And so it sounds like you saw them fairly often.
Yes.
During the occasions that you would see them, whether it's barbecue or a holiday, I'm not sure if you mentioned that. Did you spend Christmas with them?
Christmas Eve was kind of a tradition for us, I think, pretty much since 1993.
Did you know the Goulds?
Yes.
And so in light of the time that you've spent with the Caneiro family, whether it's barbecues, summers, weekends, holidays, did you have the occasion to also get to know Keith and Jennifer and their family?
Yes. When I first met Keith, it was actually at the Christmas Eve thing in '93, the get-together. And then eventually, once he and Jennifer started dating, I started seeing her more. And then, when Jesse and Sophia were born, we saw them as well, because they were over a lot with them too.
Okay. And just to kind of tie it all together, like what kind of events and holidays and get-togethers would you see Jennifer and Keith and the kids?
Well, they were there for the barbecues too. They were there for different birthday parties. We might have been at their houses for we had been at their houses for birthday parties for both Jesse and Sophia. They'd be over for Katie and Marissa's. So we would see them with that. Just basically every function that you could think of. I mean, it was kind of a close-knit circle, so, we were always there.
Did you go to their wedding?
We did.
And so based on how well you knew the Caneiro family and how well you knew Paul, how would you describe Paul?
Paul is smart, level-headed, very loyal in a sense, and I guess giving. He was always willing to lend a hand with different things, either sharing an opinion or, hey, I need help doing something. He made himself available.
And how would you describe the relationship between Keith and Paul?
They were brothers, and they were really close. I don't have a brother, but if I did, I would have loved to have had that type of relationship in terms of how close they were.
What about their bond? How would you describe their bond?
Not their trust bond.
They were close, and it was kind of the Caneiro brothers against the world, whether it was just sitting there, talking about something, or having a discussion, or if they were, in business, same sort of thing. Just, them against the world. They were just really close and loyal to one another.
And what about Paul's relationship with Jesse and Sophia? What can you tell us about that?
I know Paul loved both of them. Like having grown up with daughters, Sophia was just, another beautiful little girl, and, he loved Jesse. I thought that he was a calming influence on Jesse, and I don't know, it just seemed like there was a special bond between the two of them, because he was really the only little boy out of the group, Paul and Susan having girls, myself having girls. He was the only kind of boy in the mix for a while, so.
Thank you. Now, focusing on a little bit of their business relationship, are you aware of the two businesses that Paul and Keith own together?
Yes.
And have you ever been to the business's location in Homedale?
Yes, I have.
And what about the one in Asbury?
Yes, I spent time there too.
And you mentioned you spent time there. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I had left Morgan Stanley in 2010. I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do next. And Keith and Paul had offered me office space, and while I kind of figured out what I was going to do there. And so I got to spend significant time at both the Homedale office and at the Asbury Park office.
And when you were there, did you have the occasion to interact with Paul and Keith?
Yeah, on a pretty regular basis, I did.
And so how would you describe their business relationship?
It was good. They worked together. They complemented one another in terms of the skill sets. They kind of understood that, again, I guess I said this before, but it was them against the world. They were going to do what they needed to do to figure out how to make the business work best and to be able to succeed.
And how would you describe Paul and Paul's way of communicating?
Paul's always been a bit more measured, level, kind of direct about it. He didn't, he was more reserved, I suppose.
Was he more emotional versus logical?
No, he a lot more logical and even about things.
What about Keith's way of communicating with Paul?
Keith was animated in general. It was just kind of his style where, he would challenge a certain notion or presumption. If they were doing something with the business, he'd want to know, well, how can you explain to me how this works or something? And, but it was like almost throwing down a gauntlet for responses to problem solve. So
was his approach more logical or more emotional?
It was more emotional. I mean, again, they were a good complement from a business perspective on there. Like, he needed to have things proven to him, and he was going to let you... There was no mystery about what Keith was actually thinking from that perspective. It wasn't a negative. It was just different from Paul.
So, and since you've had the occasion to see a lot of their communications when you were present, of course, did you have the occasion to see any disagreements between the two?
Yes.
And how would you describe those disagreements?
I think that I'd probably describe them as constructive conflict, because Keith would kind of put something out there and, it would be in his animated sort of way with everything on his sleeve, and Paul would sit there and listen to Keith and go through it and then kind of explain, well, here's why these things work over there. So again, kind of a complementary way that they communicated, and once they figured out the issue, it was good. I think it was just an interesting way. It's not as corporate, I would say. Like, having worked in the corporate world, every idea is great, even though it may not be, but every idea is great and everybody's opinion matters. But you don't have that same sort of thing in a smaller business, and I think that they were really effective in that sense.
Okay, and as far as their relationship as business partners, how would you describe their partnership?
They were partners. They were equals, I guess. It was a 50-50 partnership in the sense of how they did the business. Paul might have been maybe a little bit more technical than Keith, but they were equals in the business, and that's the reason for a lot of the discussions that they had.
And to your knowledge, did one brother contribute more than the other? Because you're talking about equals, and notwithstanding ownership specifically, but more so just in the way that they handled the business day to day, the activities.
Objects, calls for hearsay was the objection. Judge has not been allowing this, rightfully so. But this is witness number 3. I guess after this, Paul receives sainthood. Each one are describing the miracle of how incredibly perfect Paul was with his love for his brother and his brother's family. Seems a little much. No, I don't know anybody that's that perfect all the time. But she's going there again. Notice how quick she stopped though when there was an objection. And she just sat there like a deer in the headlights. Let's see. I got notice about his member live from the start of the snow 4 days later. I think I made some changes to that live stream because I tried to make it go live to members only and then release to everybody after as soon as it was done. It didn't work, so I had to tweak it manually, so it might have re-released something. Lacey D, member for 17 months. I'm still in my happy place. Lacey, welcome. Congratulations on 17 months. State need to start bringing out Paul's true character. I think, honestly, if they want the jury to think it was Corey, not just there was a possibility that Corey's DNA might look similar to Paul's, they need more about Corey. And I don't know what they're allowed to get into or who they would use to get that. But possibly a friend who saw them all together might thank you, Sunshine Sarah. Aside from her, I was thinking outside of my home. I'm not sure how they're going to go it. I also think that defense cannot call Corey. There's no way. I just don't see how they could do that and have this be a good thing. They need it to be a big question mark at the end of the trial. It's glorious, true show. Why you should use a lawyer? I wouldn't spoil much. Too fun to watch. Yeah, we're saving this, and by this I'm talking this.
The defendant was given instruction by way of his girlfriend, as testified to.
Yeah, we're going to be back to that. We've got that saved, and so we won't miss a moment of what's happening in the other trial. But we'll probably watch that. I don't know when, during lunch maybe for closings. I'm watching all of them at the same time, so that's just how I watch court. Back to third person in a big way. Oh my goodness, it's great. All right, long sidebar here. Hearsay seems to be the common problem that we're getting from a lot of these witnesses, and I wonder how much of the testimony that came in was actually first-hand observation. It seems like some of the questions were answered without ever providing the foundation of where they got that information, and the state didn't object to it. So it came in with the doctor and the doctor's wife, and now their friend. Was Corey out of town that night? I've heard rumors that he had an alibi, that he very quickly was not a suspect, but we've also heard that he just never was a person of interest. Keep wondering about Corey too. The what ifs haunt me. But all the evidence, the police said, all the evidence points to Paul.
We're going to just ask a different question.
Let's ask a different question. That's a great idea.
When you were at the, you said this was like around 2010, 2011 or so?
Yes.
And so when you were at the, and I think you mentioned you were renting office space or using office space?
I was using it, yeah.
Did you ever engage with Paul and Keith and discuss the businesses with them?
Yes.
And without saying like what was said, can you just talk generally about, just like the types of things that you guys would discuss with respect to the businesses?
I was getting ready to say typical, but discussions about whether or not how you finance certain things. Do you buy? Do you lease? How do you interface with the media on certain things for a business? What your approach would be to doing that. So like public relations type things. Just different issues where there's like two different viewpoints, but specifically, finance, marketing.
And so were you like sitting with them in the same
Yes.
room having discussions?
Yes.
And were they asking for your opinion? Were you consulting with them?
They asked me what I thought, given some of the experience I had out in the business world. So, you know, could be like, hey, is it better to just own something outright, or are we better off leasing and financing something, or, you know, as I was saying before, the issue of how do you interface with the media on certain things without getting too into detail. There was an issue of bed bugs, and there were different interviews going on, as an example of something.
You're talking about the pest control business?
Bed bugs.
Okay. Now,
they had an issue of bed bugs with the pest control?
Based on like your observations during this time where you're watching the brothers communicate and watching them discuss the businesses, did it seem like they were taking like equal part in the conversation?
Yes, they did.
And based on what you were able to observe from the day-to-day while you were there, was it your impression that the brothers were working together? Was one brother doing more than the other, or were they doing
Jackson,
it?
Judge, the same question from before, and how do you know what time we're talking about?
And it's leading. So I'll allow you to ask a different question, but Mr. Decker is correct. Are we talking about 2010 and 11? I'm not really sure.
Right, during the time that you were there, at that time, and you were sitting with them and talking with them, the question is just how did you observe them as business partners as far as being equals?
Well, when there were issues that needed to be resolved, they relied on one another. They sat down and talked about how they should approach something. So just in that sense, it appeared to me that they were equals because they didn't make a significant decision without consulting with the other.
And based on your understanding, like what were the roles within the business?
Paul was, in my estimation, like he would have been like a COO or something, understood how the business worked, what the administrative ends of the business were, as well as some of the technical stuff.
And I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
Okay.
So when Keith went back to school, how did Paul handle that situation?
He was good with it. I mean, it meant that he was doing a little bit more of the day-to-day because Keith was in school with class, but he seemed to be fine with it. I think he was happy for his brother for Keith because it was important for Keith to go to school, and he was going to Columbia, and so there was a lot of prestige with that. And Keith felt good about himself
Columbia
doing
the
it. So
Columbia the country, or
I think
Columbia
Paul
the school?
felt good for Keith at that point.
And so was Paul supportive?
Absolutely.
Fast forwarding a little bit more, after 2018, do you know who took over the businesses?
Jackson.
That's allowed. Withdraw.
Can I see the attorneys? 2018 is a pretty long amount of time.
2018 is a long amount of time. The question was, do you know? I think I would allow it if I were the judge. I'd allow it because the question was, do you know? Which means, do you have personal knowledge of who took over the business? Didn't hear what the objection was. Do you know who took over the businesses? If this was after, it's Corey. It's got to be Corey, right? I'm trying to get the Corey thing in. I don't know. Corey wasn't involved in the business at all. Why would he take it over? Maybe the trust. Everything went to him. Who took over the business? What was left of the businesses? They were crumbling, right? They were selling the pest control business, which apparently had some bad press because of an issue with bed bugs somewhere, and the Square One had just lost their big customer, and they were, they were shutting down phone lines and canceling auto bill pays. So there was nobody else left. That's why they took it. Problem with all the friends as witnesses is that they are still only going to know what the family wants them to know. Family will still have somewhat of a facade no matter how long you've known them. What's the significance of how Paul felt about Keith going back to college? I don't see it yet. There might be something that the defense is working towards. Where do I keep my 3D printer? We have a spare room we keep it in by a window. I don't have any special ventilation for it. Although we've only printed PLA. Once we get into some of the other printing stuff, we'll probably enclose it better and all that. Well, even in shutting down the business, somebody has to be in charge. So I can see that there was somebody who either oversaw the selling of the assets or the shuttering of the closing of the contracts and things like that. So if we intend to, the defendant just finished his closing statement, and the state's going to wrap up with theirs. So we've got about 42 minutes right now of jury instructions and closing arguments. We'll see how long it goes, so we might watch it during lunch. I've never thrown a barbecue, so I guess I could be a murderer. Wild Angel, I'm going to definitely put you down on that list, little black book of people who've not thrown a barbecue. I also have not. I haven't done one at my house. We've done get-togethers like at parks and things where we did bring grills and cooked for everybody. Was Paul well read? Apparently. I'd like to know what he read. I mean, are we talking about Louis L'Amour or was he like reading some of the classics? I'm not sure. Don't want to offend anybody who thinks that Louis L'Amour are classics. This is the guy that's been in jail for 7 years already. The snow is gone. The snow is gone. It is nice and warm here. As a matter of fact, let me do a quick weather update. 38 degrees. It's above freezing. So is he trying to blame his other brother? Virginia, we thought that was where they were going to go, but I think they're more just trying to show that it could have been someone else, as opposed to it was someone else. So it's not really a third-party culprit. It's more insufficient investigation to prove it was this person. It's a fine line they're walking, and maybe they're trying to get beyond that. But so far, they've mostly just focused that if the state had done more on the investigative side, we could have ruled out the possibility of it being this other person, but they didn't. I think they're happy with that little question mark hanging out there. I think a barbecue good size get together at your house would jeopardize the safety of your corner pole. It's funny you say that, Amber, because yesterday I took a picture of my corner pole. Let's see. Let me see if I can share it. Okay, we're getting it over to the computer. Finder, there it is. Let's see, we're going to put that right down here. Oh no, it's crooked. Hang on. I need to turn it. Must rotate. Edit. Where's the rotate button? Tools. Command L. Let's do that. All right, here we go. A quick look at the poll. This is what I had yesterday. Not sure if you can see this, but somebody just came and just stuck a ladder up there, up against the lines, and those are communication lines. They're not power lines. The power lines are on the other side of the street on the other poles, but apparently, I don't know what they were doing. I never saw the ladder go up or get taken down. It's not there anymore, but apparently something's going on with the pole. Virginia, what else did they have other than an exterminating company? They also had Square One, which was an IT tech support company that did remote and on-site support for businesses. Oh, the jury's getting kicked out? What? Are we doing a voir dire? Or are we just going to break? Extreme cold watch? What? I thought we were warming up. Oh, yeah. 18 degrees. Great. Thanks, Troy. Did he disappear? Yeah, he could have. Did I climb the ladder? I did not. I didn't think of that.
I was told council wanted to see me at sidebar.
They were already up there before they realized fiber isn't worth as much as copper. I think that was the Comcast guy or one of the fiber installation people just put in a new line for somebody. I wish we had underground power lines. For a couple of reasons. First of all, I'd follow around the crews as they're digging holes and metal detect all the dirt because my town's very old, and I'd find all sorts of treasures. I'm actually waiting for them to repave and redo the sewer lines down the main road right now, which are failing. And we've received a big grant from the state to replace them, but we just don't have the money to do the paving afterwards, which is part of the project, so we haven't done it yet. The wind chill around 2 degrees. That's about what we had before. I think we were around 4 degrees last time, so cold, but we should be all right. Will we ever know who the two men were that the neighbor saw and heard? I'm not sure. Ooh, weird view. We don't get this one very often. Take a look in court. See who's who. A lot of people on the, I guess you can call it, defendant side of the courtroom. Maisla, 3 crazy fun years. Maisla, congratulations, OG. 36 months. That is awesome. Congratulations on that. Looks beautiful. This is a long sidebar. What have you found metal detecting? My best find would be a $5 gold coin, which I believe is a 1/4 ounce. But because of the age and the value, it can be worth a lot more than the actual weight of the gold. So it could be worth like $2,000 or something. That's my best find. The best part about that one is we were able to get it back to the person who lost it 75 years ago before, which was really cool. Other than that, I've found cell phones, been able to return some of those. I found a working cell phone in the ocean, metal detecting. That was fun. Lots of gold, silver, tons of silver rings, lots of really cheap rings as well. Assorted jewelry, earrings, necklaces. Probably in the entire time I've been metal detecting, probably about $3,000 or so in just clad is what we call it, just coins, quarters, nickels, dimes, and pennies, as well as some dollar coins as well. Found a bong, like a glass pipe. I think it was a meth pipe. But it didn't do anything on the metal detector. I just found it while I was metal detecting. Needles, bobby pins, tiny little bits of metal, shredded cans, lots of trash. The courtroom is filling up there. His friends and neighbors have come in to support people testifying. Ooh, that's some good ASMR. Can a metal detector pick up aluminum? It can detect it. I have to be the one that picks it up. No, just kidding. Yes, it can. Aluminium. Oh, judge isn't happy. The judge is not happy today. Waiting for the jury now. That was some judicial displeasure. We're going to count that one. Yep, that's the wrong picture. Let's go here. Yeah, let's put the background back to it.
Right. Ms. Mastalone, when you're ready.
Mr. Pritchett, just a few more questions. So, I think the question we left off was, after November 20th of 2018, who took over Keith and Paul's businesses?
Corey Caneiro did.
They got it.
And
they got it in.
How soon after November 20th of 2018 did that happen?
Within days.
Thank you. Now, obviously, a lot of time has passed since 2018. Are you still close with the Caneiro family today?
I am.
Thank you.
Cross.
Thank you. Mr. Pritchett, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Just wanted to ask you, those questions you were just asked, I mean, somebody had to take over the businesses, right? To make sure that people got paid and customers got serviced, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about, a couple times, talked about how Keith and Paul were partners, right?
Yes.
They were partners in Square One, right?
Yes.
And also in EcoStar, right?
Yes.
And you also referenced when you said partners, you said 50-50, right?
Yeah, in terms of being equals, I don't know if there was a partnership mix or anything like that. I just know that they behaved as equals.
Okay. They behaved as equals, correct? And are you saying you don't know who owned what with, let's just say, Square One in particular? Who owned what percentage?
No.
You don't know?
I don't.
Okay. And EcoStar, you don't know either?
No.
Now, you were talking about the Home Bell office, Square One, right? That was a while ago, right?
They were there in 2010.
Yeah, 2010. And then they moved to the Asbury Park office later, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So were you saying that you were using an office in just Asbury Park or in both?
Actually, in both.
Okay. What year did you retire?
Officially last year in 2025.
Now, you were asked some questions about Paul being very level-headed, right?
Yes.
You said that, right? And you said Keith was more emotional, right?
Yes.
Kind of always knew what he was thinking based upon the way he interacted, correct?
Yes.
You said something about like he wore his emotions on his sleeve, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever or strike that. Did you ever have the opportunity to view text messages or chats between Keith and Paul?
No.
Okay, you didn't read their messages, right?
No.
You didn't read the emails from Keith to Paul and Paul to Keith, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you weren't privy to their phone calls, right?
No.
Each other?
No.
Okay, like you weren't overhearing Keith call Paul or Paul call Keith, right?
I might have, but nothing specific.
You described Mr. Caneiro, Paul Caneiro, as being loyal, correct?
Yes.
You also said at times he was always giving, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you're not aware of any times that he was actually taking?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Were you ever made aware of times when Paul Caneiro was taking financially from Keith Caneiro?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
No.
You said no?
I said no. I'm sorry.
I honestly, I just wasn't sure.
Somebody coughed. And it wasn't me this time.
Judge, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Judge, can we approach?
Sure you can.
She is mad that he got to ask, are you aware of times that Paul was taking financially from Keith? Nope, I didn't know anything about that. What else did you not know about? It's the giving, the unknowing giving of Keith's money to Paul. Defense is super mad about that one. They lost. She objected twice, and it was allowed both times. Had a lot of sidebars today. A lot of time spent up in front of the bench. Possibly, I don't think the judge is a big fan of it, because with the exception of one, and it was the last time, not this time, but the last time that we were up there, the judge ruling did not appear to have changed. This one, Lil Stubby, welcome to the gallery, Little Stubby. Thank you so much. Great to have you here as a member. We know you've been here for a while. With the exception of the last time, the judge does not reverse his opinion. The last time the judge did reverse the opinion and allowed the defense to ask the question, do you know who took over the businesses in 2018? So basically, after the fires, who was in charge? And the answer was Corey, which is interesting. I think the jury went out to just started deliberations in this trial.
Mr. Pritchett, the prosecutor asked you, whether someone had to take over the businesses, right? But it didn't have to be Corey, right? It could have been someone else.
Yes, in all honesty, I was a little bit surprised.
Sir, that's the answer to the question. It's either yes or no. Somebody else could have taken it over?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to strike the part after the word yes, it could have been somebody else.
And to your knowledge, over the course of the, let's say, starting in the 2000s, from 2000 up until 2018, like those 18 years, did Corey have anything to do with the business?
No. Corey had been brought in a couple of times, I know, by Keith and Paul into the business, but it didn't really work out, and they wind up having to let him go from that.
And was this prior to 2000?
Probably late 90s and then maybe early 2000s. I tried there's a couple of instances.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you. We appreciate your time. Ms. Messalone, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge.
Defense calls.
The defense is going to call Stacy Pritchett.
Stacy Pritchett. We've been doing the husband-wife routine. So we assume this is the wife of James Pritchett. It's basically just been an echo chamber. The first witness answers, the second witness answers identical to the first. We'll see if Stacy has similar answers.
Ma'am, just watch your step if there's a step up to the witness box, if you don't mind, please. Thank you. If you don't mind, before you sit down, could you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, once you're comfortable and seated, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Sure. My name is Stacy Pritchett. It's Pritchett.
Ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to speak up so jurors number 15 and 16 can hear you, okay?
Of course, yes.
All right, thank you so much. Ms. Messalone, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Pritchett.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Stacy Pritchett. Should I spell it again?
No, you're good.
Okay. What's your current occupation?
I work in marketing.
And what's your educational background?
I have a BA in literature from SUNY Binghamton and an MBA in marketing from Brew College.
And are you married to Jim Pritchett, who we just heard from?
Yes, I am.
So obviously we just heard from your husband, so we already have some background. But can you just explain a little bit to the jury about how you met Susan and then Paul?
Absolutely. I met Susan when I was a sophomore in high school. So about 43 years ago, we went to high school together. We had a lot of classes, and we just became friends. We did a project together, and we just really hit it off. We were very close in high school. I went away to college, and I would write letters, and we kept in touch. And then after college, when I moved back home, we rekindled our friendship, and I would consider her my best friend. More like a sister, and Paul more like my brother-in-law. I've known him about 42 years, and I consider them like family. I consider Katie and Marissa like my nieces, and my kids introduce them as their cousins.
Okay, so just to back up for a moment, you mentioned you met Susan in high school.
I did,
right?
yes.
And you were around how old at that time?
I was about 15 years old when I met Sue.
And what about when you met Paul? How old were you then?
16 or 17, in that range. So about a year after I met Sue, I had met Paul.
So
they
still
had
in
started
high school?
dating, still in high school, yes.
And again, we heard from your husband, but can you just explain a little bit more about your relationship with the Caneiro family? I know you just explained that you consider them like family, but how did your relationship develop over the years with the families as far as like things you did together and events and activities and things of that nature?
We became like family. Sue, like I said, is more like my sister than my best friend, and Paul, my brother-in-law, the girls like my nieces. We went on family vacations. We went to Disney World. We went to Hershey Park like once a summer. We spent every Christmas Eve together. And during the summer, we were there like every other weekend. I used to joke that it was my shore house. But we spent a lot of time together as families.
And during the summer, we've heard a lot about these barbecues. Can
Yes.
you tell us a little bit about that?
So we would go, once they put in their pool, we were there regularly. We would go every other weekend. Paul is a fabulous cook. He would barbecue. He'd make the best steak that is still talked about in my house. And he would cook, and the kids would swim. We would all swim. They'd play on the trampoline. They'd play with each other. And we'd just hang out. We spent a lot of time with them in the summer.
The key to a good steak is how it's
How well
cut.
you knew Paul, how would you describe him?
I would say that Paul is highly intelligent, loyal, very helpful, dependable, very logical, and very even-tempered.
And did you say he was?
He's very helpful. He was always helpful to me personally, to us as a family. He was always there if I needed advice. He helped us with when personal computers became a thing. It was Paul who set us up. He set up my computer. He set up my mother's computer. Whenever I had an IT question or a technical question, I would ask Paul. He really was my go-to person for anything technical. He advised me on what tires to buy. And then when Jim and I moved to New Jersey and we bought our house, things were broken and he came over with his drill. He fixed our cabinet. He fixed other things around the house. One time when my husband was traveling and my kids were very, very little, our boiler broke. And I called Sue and I spoke to Paul and he told me what to do. I called a repair person and then he stayed on the line with me the entire time that the repair person was there. So he was always very, very helpful.
And
Paul's better than Google.
as a result of how well you knew Susan and Paul and their family and how often you saw them, I think you said like every other weekend.
Yes.
A lot during the summer. Did you have the occasion to see Keith and Jennifer and their family?
Yes. We saw them every Christmas Eve because they would come every Christmas Eve and we'd all exchange gifts and we'd see them a lot during the summer. So they wanted to swim in the pool and eat Paul's cooking and play and hang out. So we spent a lot of time with Keith and Jen and the kids every summer, a lot of time.
And so based on what you were able to observe with the interactions with the family, can you tell us about Paul's relationship with Keith?
Yes. So in the 40 or so years approximate 40 years that I knew Keith and Paul, I observed them often, and they had a very loving relationship. Paul loved Keith very much. He would call him his person, his best friend. He was always there for Keith. He was they were best friends and business partners, and he was very protective of Keith, and he loved him very, very much.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see them disagree or argue?
Yes, I mean, they were brothers, so of course they disagreed. Yes, they would disagree. They would discuss things, get their feelings out there. I actually admired their relationship because they could disagree and then go back to being best friends, going to lunch. So they would disagree. Usually it was Keith who would lose his temper, and Paul was always the more even one, the fixer, keeping calm. And they would disagree, and then they would resolve it and move on and go out to lunch and just resume the relationship like nothing ever happened.
And what about Paul's relationship with Jesse and Sophia? What can you tell us about that?
I can tell you that he loved them very, very much. I would say that Jesse was the son he didn't have. He loved Jesse, he loved Sophia. He absolutely adored those kids. I know when Jesse was in preschool or kindergarten, he was allowed to bring an adult to school with him, and he chose his Uncle Paul. I mean, that was how much Jesse loved Paul, and it was absolutely reciprocated. He absolutely loved Jesse. He absolutely loved Sophia. He loved those kids.
Focusing on the businesses for a moment. To your knowledge, again, just based on your experience knowing them and what your personal observations were, and getting to know Paul, getting to know Keith over the 40-something years, were you privy to like when the businesses started and as they progressed and things of that nature?
I was privy to some of it, absolutely. I know Keith started the business and then he brought Paul on, and Paul was the one who really grew the business. He went out and he got clients. He was very instrumental in building the business. I know they worked very well together. They were very compatible. I think Keith was more strategic and Paul was more like tactical, more hands-on. He was always there building the business, and they worked very, very well together.
How does she know those things specifically?
Obviously, again, a lot of time has passed since November of 2018. Are you still close with the Caneiro family?
Absolutely. They are our family, and they always will be.
Thank you.
Ross?
Thank you. Good morning, man.
Good morning.
You said Keith would always lose his temper.
Not always. He was the first one to usually get agitated and start yelling.
First one.
Paul was very level-headed, right?
Yes.
Now, I assume you'll agree with me that you didn't hear Keith lose his temper on a phone call with Paul on November 19th, 2018.
No, I did not.
Never heard that, correct?
No, I did not.
You also said that Keith started the business, right?
Correct.
And you said that Paul then had a lot to do with growing the business, right?
Yes.
And I'm sure that's fair. But were you aware of the ownership structure of, when I say the business, let's say Square One, did you know who owned what?
I had an idea.
And what was the idea?
I think, mostly Keith's, and Paul was part of it as well. But the majority was Keith's.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
You can step down, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Defense, call our next witness.
Judge, that's all we have for today.
What?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you get to go home. So that'll end us for today. We'll be back again here on Monday morning, first thing, just like we are. We'll have you here at 8 o'clock. We'll have you up by 8:30. We'll continue on. There's things that the attorneys and myself have to do outside of your presence, so we'll be doing that. So it's not like the case is not doing something during this time frame, but I'm going to send you guys home. So I hope you have a great weekend. I hope it doesn't snow. And I don't discuss this case and don't do any research. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, we're going to get caught up on the Judge Boyd case, which is great. But let's see. I wonder if the state or the defense is going to do their deferred judgment of acquittal, because they didn't do one this morning after the state rested. We typically see a judgment of acquittal during that block, during that period of time. But it's possible they discussed the schedule, and the judge said, we'll allow you to make that motion as if you had made it then, now, instead of having the jury, be here waiting for you and then go for a while today. Let's let the jury go home, and then we'll take care of the things we need to. Outside the presence. Can you explain what the case is in Judge Boyd's court? Yeah, it's aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, I believe. Aggravated robbery. But we'll go to that in just a minute. We've got an hour of everything there. Defense is not rested. It's just that's all they have for today. Meaning they might have an expert witness that can't be here until tomorrow. Well, tomorrow would be Monday. This is wrapping up. Monday is also the beginning of the jury selection process for the Corey Richens trial, which is coming up quickly. They're going to sidebar here right now, so we won't hear exactly what's going on. But Corey Richens coming up quite quickly. It's funny how there's always something from one case that matches in the other one. We have a Corey and another Corey, but they're spelled differently. This next case, Corey Richens is the suspect. The defendant, in this case, Corey Richens is being used as a scapegoat or a possible, also could have been, by the defense. But not, I would say not extremely effectively. Did you know about his side chick? Yes, the defense, we know about the side chick. The pretrial motion in limine precluded the information that he was having an affair on the side from being presented to the jury. So the woman who was his special friend, who they traveled out of the country together, the two of them, who Paul bought a car for, possibly paid other financial obligations for, it was just introduced as his friend, a close friend. Maybe Corey will be called in rebuttal. Possibility. I think the state thinks they can do it without that. And honestly, does it look desperate if they call him? Does it look like, oh no, we're trying to prove, we're worried? Maybe they just leave it out and say, we didn't need Corey because none of the evidence pointed to him. Why would we call somebody in here who's not a suspect in any way? Anyone know what happened yesterday? I believe it was with Wade Wilson hearing for an appeal. I think his appeal, he's not asking for a new trial. I think he wants to get out of the death penalty. He wants the death penalty to be taken back and just maybe life without parole. But yesterday we did hear that another trial we followed, the Daisy Link trial. That was the woman who most people heard about through the news because she got pregnant while in jail. The father donor was another inmate in the jail who she never met. But there was a shared air vent, like imagine a tunnel between the two cells where they were able to talk to each other and pass notes and other stuff back and forth. And as a result, she became pregnant. But she gets a new trial. Her conviction has been overturned. She'll have a new trial. And, yeah. And make sure you go listen to our Suno song about similar facts, but obviously not the same one. Just the whole idea of, here, I'll put the song link in chat right there. That's a song I came up with completely out of my head. Any resemblance to current events, past, present, or future, is purely coincidental. It's called Daisy in the Walls. I believe Paul has some family support. Look at the support he has behind him. I think he has family and friend support. I don't know exactly how that works. Jails house both male and female inmates. They were not together in the same cell at all, ever. But they found a way around that. Daisy Link is getting a new trial, just announced yesterday. Ms. McGuire, I love what text to speech to text did in your here. Gossip, rumor, in a new window. And innuendo is what you said, and it changed it to in a new window, which is funny. Sounds very similar. I hope the audio in that court is better than this time. No fault of ours. I'm sure. I know some of them are bad. I don't know. I haven't read the ruling as to what it is, but I don't know the reasoning that it was granted. They usually put all their reasons in one big request for appeal, and it might be multiple reasons or one here and one there. Daisy's family was in the hallway talking about the trial, watching Law and Crime 2. I don't think that was a hearing. I think that was an appellate ruling, and I don't think the appellate ruling was televised. If it was, I completely missed it. I just saw the results. It was the 4 photos. Thank you, Ayden Goose. It was the 4 photos of undamaged house the prosecution showed in closing. Prejudiced photos by the prosecutors. Wasn't that the one with the judge keeping the court watcher out because she thought he was not worthy? Oh, was that Daisy Link? That was crazy. When the judge is like, "Who are you? What are you doing in my courtroom? You can't be in here until I figure out why you're here." Oh, that hopefully we get a new judge. Linda Lou, thank you very much. I made that video not last night but the night before, having no clue that Daisy Link would later that day be awarded a new trial. I will tell you, when I made the song, I tried to make it as respectful as possible about the situation and not like poke fun of it. The video, on the other hand, AI did what AI does with video, and it came up with the baby names all by itself. So, definitely some shenanigans in that trial. Daisy picked up a new charge for assaulting a fellow inmate. I'm pretty sure intent was not a required element of the charge that she faced. So if she admitted to shooting the gun and the gun...
Ladies and gentlemen, so that the record is clear, what our plan is that the attorneys and the court, we're going to go through all of the exhibits after lunch to discuss what items that are allowed in or not, so that you're aware. Just because something has been marked as an exhibit doesn't mean that the jury necessarily gets it. We wait until the court makes a determination whether it's going to be allowed in. So that's what's going to happen this afternoon, and we're also going to go over the jury charge again in anticipation of summations next week at some point. So with that being said, that'll be at 1:30. It's an open courtroom. If you want to be here, you can be here. If not, there will be no testimony this afternoon. It will just be going through the physical evidence and also going through the jury charge. All right? Just want everybody to know that. All right, I'll see everyone back here at 1:30.
All right, so he heads to lunch.
Nah, just for the record.
And as he goes to lunch, we're going to jump back to Judge Boyd's courtroom. And let's see, where's that at? It's on 8, I believe. Hope this is good audio. Give me a second. Better be good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you received the evidence that you're going to receive in this case. I'm going to read to you what's called the charge of court. It is the jury charge. You do not have to memorize it. You will have the original when I send you back for your deliberations. Members of the jury, the defendant, James Ross, stands charged in count 1 of the indictment with the offense of aggravated robbery, alleged to have been committed on or about June 1st, 2025 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, James Ross, stands charged in counts 2 and 3 of the indictment with the offenses of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, alleged to have been committed on or about June 1st, 2025 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, James Ross, stands charged in count 4 of the...
Hang on, I need to do this differently. Zip, 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 zip. How long are we in? We're going 50 times speed.
Any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any social, and of the weight to be given to the testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court. In the course of deliberations, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine.
Okay, we're almost done.
Beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial, if you care to use them, but they are not intended to suggest to you in any way what your verdict should be, and you may or may not, as you see fit, make use of them. At any rate, Your verdict must be in writing and signed by your presiding juror. Your only duty at this time is to determine whether the defendant is guilty under the indictment in this cause, and you must restrict your deliberations to the issue of whether the defendant is attached. Are both parties ready to proceed
We skipped
with
the jury
closing argument?
State is ready, Judge.
All right, states, you may proceed. And each side, you will have 20 minutes.
Counsel. Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, on June 1st, 2025, in Bexar County, Texas, James Ross, the defendant charged, committed the offenses of 1 count of aggravated robbery, 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and 1 count of unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon. Now, I'm going to talk to you a bit about the elements in the law in this case. When you retire to the jury room, you're going to get the same packet. This is the charge of the court that Judge just read to you. Within this document contains all of the law that will govern your deliberations, okay? And now we're going to break through the elements of each offense that we have proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt. The first offense is aggravated robbery. So a person commits aggravated robbery in the state of Texas if, while committing a theft and with intent to obtain control or maintain control of property, he intentionally or knowingly threatens or places another in fear of imminent bodily injury or death. That's just robbery. Now, by the defendant using or exhibiting a deadly weapon, this aggravates the robbery, thus becoming aggravated robbery. Now, the underlying predicate of these offenses is theft. So theft is committed when an individual unlawfully appropriates property with intent to deprive the owner of that property. Now, it's important to note that the fact that the property sought be actually obtained is not required. It's sufficient to show an intent that they obtain control of that property. So whether or not they're successful does not negate the fact that a robbery or aggravated robbery occurred. A deadly weapon is defined on page 4 of that charge of the court. A firearm is a deadly weapon per se. The display of this deadly weapon in and of itself constitutes a threat of imminent harm. Now, aggravated assault, the underlying of that is assault. So assault occurs when an individual intentionally or knowingly threatens another with imminent bodily injury. The use or exhibiting of a deadly weapon aggravates this assault, thus giving us aggravated assault. Now, finally, the last offense charged, unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon. Y'all know, as Judge read, there's a lot of words going on, but really it boils down to 2 variations. Okay, so after conviction, before the 5th anniversary of the release from confinement, release from community supervision, parole, or mandatory parole, a felon is not allowed to possess a firearm, period. There's also the other variation is after the 5th anniversary or that time period, right? Whichever's later, you cannot possess a firearm anywhere but your home. Now, I want to draw specific attention to page 14 of this charge. It states that you are not allowed to let bias, prejudice, or sympathy play a role in reaching a verdict in this case. And similarly, I want you to take special attention to page 13, where it states, you are not to consider and must wholly disregard any statements of counsel during this trial or argument that are not in harmony with the law or supported by the evidence. Specifically, I want you to remember that when defense gets up here and say, because nothing was stolen, there was no robbery. Okay? Now, my partner here, Mr. Prater, is going to get up here and tell you how the elements fit into the law. I'm sorry, the facts fit into the law under the elements. So, Judge, will reserve the remaining of our time. Defense, are you ready to proceed?
All right. This is where it goes off the rails. Defendant, pro se.
Yes.
Hope we can hear him.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, good morning. I got 20 minutes to do this, and so my life is on the line here, so I would like to I'll break this up into sections. Okay. First part, do with aggravated robbery. As she said, Aggravated robbery means that you used a gun in the commission of a theft. And I would like to point out that there was no theft. There was not even an intent for a theft. As the evidence shows, the defendant went to this shop as instructed to receive pay. And he left the shop, sent someone in to get a better understanding of how he was to collect his money. And she returned with an instruction to bring him back so that he could collect his money. There was never any intent to steal anything. There was nothing stolen on top of that. So the entire inference of a theft taking place doesn't even fit in this category. It was a small piece of money that was sought out to be collected for an enormous amount of work that was done. The defendant was friends with these people. There was no intention whatsoever. There was no weapon found or otherwise. The display that was put on yesterday with the detective, I don't think y'all got to see the detective's interview with the defendant, but what it showed was.
Judge, I'm going to object to that video and that interview. It's not evidence.
All right, the objection will be sustained.
Correct. All right. I'll give you, imagine this. A cell phone and a wallet. Sort of like this is the wallet. And it being behind the cell phone. Can't really put this side on it. When I approach,
Yes.
Jury's like, no, stay back.
This will scratch up the screen of a cell phone. So being that this will scratch up the screen of the cell phone, the flat part is on top of the cell phone. So like holding it like this could be considered. Police have killed people for less than this.
Because they think it's a gun.
Is a wider grip, but with this on top of it could be considered to be like, it holds a shape of a gun. I can understand that. I can't testify. Right. There was no weapon. There was no intent nor necessity for a weapon. These are people that I worked for that I was going to try to collect monies from. There was no theft. There was no robbery. There was no intent or any type of, that wasn't even an issue. Furthermore, Elisa Ramirez, one of the alleged victims, Daphne also, and Janice Jones, they all knew where the defendant lived. They had all been to the defendant's home. They've interacted in several different ways. It was a lot of stuff done. And so for this to occur, for them not to send the police directly to the defendant's home, but being charged with aggravated robbery just makes no sense. They know where the defendant lived, and they testified to that. I would like to point out the testimony of Daphne, the blonde-haired woman who came up here. So certain people, when you deal with them, they're hard to deal with and they're hard to talk to. And when you approach issues that have a deeper significance to them, and they may try to not let certain parts of that idea come to the light, they would add a manipulative tactic of fear. You're scaring me right now. I can't. You know, and so when you try to, there's no way to approach that without making me seem like an aggressive man. Whereas I'm just trying to get a piece of that information out to share with other people. Okay. So I really feel like I wasn't able to share with you the everything that took place because I couldn't fully question her. You know, it's a matter of fairness. Now, that's a manipulative tactic, and it serves to criminalize and place in the minds of people fear because of me. Okay. I look this way. I cannot change it. I wouldn't if I could. God gave this to me. Because it scares someone else the way that I look, I can't do nothing about that. When they act like they're not scared and pretend to be my friend, but really scared of me the whole time, it puts me in a bad position. The way that this society is set up, all somebody got to do is pick up the phone and call 911 and say, hey, this guy did this to me. And 911 is going to rush out there and they're going to arrest this man and they're going to put him in jail and he got to pay thousands of dollars to get out of jail if he can even pay it. If not, he's forced to, like me, lost everything I had, my home, my pets, my car, my life, a full-time student, a model, an actor. Well, not really, because this little $100 that I was supposed to get from this job.
Judge, I'm going to object to this improper argument. Things are in evidence.
He's a model and an actor.
All right, that will be sustained.
Thank
you. Okay. Everything is lost in your life once you go to jail. And all it takes for you to go to jail is for somebody to call and say, hey, I seen this guy do something.
Judge, I'm object to this. This is way outside of anything that was involved in this trial. It's improper argument. It's not in evidence.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
That's all it takes. Certain people in the community know that and use it as a means to control a man, otherwise not in their control, to force him to abide by their will. And this evil, dastardly tactic is something that so many men have fallen to. That's all it takes. 911 call. Have you ever walked into a room and when you walked in, everybody got quiet? Like the air sucked out when you walked in? That happens to me all the time. So I have to be extra careful with the way that I walk, the way that I talk, the way that I interact with people, my level of frustration that may show on my face at any point in time, because it scares people. Now, if that scares people, how am I to live? I suffer emotion just like you do, and you. So when I get upset, if it scares you and someone calls the police and say, this man is a suspect, more back to the point. We heard the 911 calls. Now, the second time the defendant, as testified to, went back to the shop, as testified to by Daphne, as soon as he walked in, he was yelling and loud. You were demanding money walking in the door. That simply makes no sense. How could it be? The defendant was given instruction by way of his girlfriend, as testified to come back to the shop at between 5 and 6 to collect his money. That's the instruction that Janice Jones gave for me. So for her to give me that instruction means that upon our first interaction, she didn't feel threatened. She didn't feel threatened because I didn't threaten her. Upon the first interview with me and Janice, I did get upset when she told me she didn't have my money because you instructed me to come up here to begin with for that. When she didn't have it, she was saying something to me and all I heard was like, yo, anybody know Charlie Brown? Raise your hand if you know Charlie Brown. Everybody heard of Charlie Brown? You know, Charlie Brown's mom used to, when she was talking to me, go, whoa, 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 whoa.
That was the teacher.
This is all I heard. And I was like, let me get out of here. Baby, can you go tell her?
10 minutes.
Can you go ask her what she want me to do to get my money? And so she did. And she did. And I came back to get my money. So there was no yelling and arguing. There was no, none of that. Now, upon her telling me again that she didn't have my money, yes, I had a bad reaction, as we all are humans are capable of. And in this situation, I've learned what I already knew over again. Control yourself at all times. I let this get to me because I had plans for this money, and what I did was verbally, my what was like a, what the, and that was enough to seeing her diving for cover and this other one hiding behind the chair. I'm like, what y'all jumping for? Like, whatever, man. Look, give me my money, man. Why you keep playing with me? With my phone in my hand and my wallet. Didn't I work for her? Didn't I do everything she asked me to do? This is how you do me? I respect my elders. I protect my elders, and I was taught better than to raise my voice at my elders. And I let this situation get away from me because I felt played. I was impressed by this woman's shop. Let me get back to this thing before I run out of time. Okay, as to the crimes. As to the crimes. So for aggravated robbery, it got to be a gun. It got to be a theft. Even though the theft didn't have to take place, it had to be an attempt at a theft. None of these are the case. They made it clear that one, nothing was stolen, and just two, we heard the phone calls. We know that the defendant's entire intention was to go and collect money that was owed to him. Everybody knew it's clear that if there was money owed to him. The work that he did, the money that, on top of the money that was owed to him, after the interview with the detective, she paid. She paid him this money that he went to collect. All of this for that. Had she given the defendant the money when he went to collect it, there would have been none of this.
You're blaming her for your actions?
After it's all done and said and the police are involved and lives are on the line, now you pay? It's some laudable fixture of what you created?
Laudable.
This is the result of it. Only I have to suffer.
He's one story tall.
There's no theft at all. There was no assault for Daphne or Elisa because there was no pointing the gun at them. When I was talking to them in that heated moment that was recorded by the 911 call, my phone in my hand. Talking like this. Why you keep playing with me? Like, what? Didn't I work? Didn't I operate in good faith? Didn't I work for free 4 days? At the end of the second day of work, I asked for a portion of my pay. Not the entire thing, because I know she said that we aren't going to get paid till the end of the job. I said, can I have $20? Get a little something to eat tonight and have gas money to make it back tomorrow so I can complete this job for you. Not my entire pay. So that's all it took. Another man that was there gave me $20 as testified to. But at that point, I felt like her whole intention was to get this work out of me and not pay me in the end. So I was like, if you don't give me anything, if you don't give me anything at all, I'm not coming back to work for you anymore. She took that as a threat. I took that as a sign of
5 minutes.
I took that as a sign of what could possibly be coming from this thing. I worked for you for 2 days in good faith, not getting any money. Asked you for a portion of my pay so that I could come back and continue working for you. And you're not even willing to give it to me. Took the whole attitude, became angry with me. I was like, you know what? You trying to get over on me. You know what? Keep it. All that you can keep it. I'll get it later or whatever. I'm not coming back up here to work for you again. And I did. I did everything I could to stay away from going back up to the shop. Only reason I went up there is because she instructed me to. That being the case, there's no theft. There was no attempted theft. There was no gun as they testified to. But you know,
what about the assault?
Are any of y'all aware of Breaking Bad? It's a series on AMC. Okay, it's a scene in Breaking Bad, and I gotta kind of hurry up and wrap it up.
Jesse or who
this scene in Breaking Bad, this dude is in his house and he's smoking drugs. Okay, and outside of his window, he sees Jehovah's Witnesses, you know, on their bikes. Okay, they come into his house and to push the doorbell. Right, as they doing this, the drugs kick in.
It was probably missionaries from
and when the drugs kick in, all of a sudden this looked like biker gang pulling up on him. He's like, "Oh no," you know. And then so he runs and hides in the closet. And
look at the prosecution's laugh
because it's a big biker gang outside, and these little skinny dudes, Jehovah's Witnesses with their helmet on. For
Don't spoil it for us, man.
Hey, so this whole inference that everyone's given that testify about me coming in here as this big bad man is doing all this hollering and screaming, demanding money is just not true. That's not the way it went. It's not the way it worked. That's not how I even operate. I had permission to be where I was at. I was in fact invited twice for the purpose of collecting monies owed. There was no intent to steal anything. There was no weapon. There was no weapon found. There's no crime here except them being mad at me because I left them to have to pay someone else to do the work that I would have done. And I guarantee you they did not do as a good job.
That's not a crime.
So they gonna show me, I'm gonna show him by putting me in this position. I couldn't understand it myself, but then I found in my mind that that's the only thing it could be. When I refused to come back and work for you, now a woman's hell is no fury like a woman scorned. Now you gotta go find somebody else to try to get the quality of work that I was giving you.
Hell hath no fury.
It's difficult. I work hard.
Biblical on us.
Defense rests, Your Honor. Thank y'all.
All
Maybe
right,
he is
States,
an actor.
you have 16 minutes.
Thank you, Judge.
Maybe he's an actor.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So sorry we spoiled Breaking
It's been
Bad
a long
for you.
week. And unfortunately, my friends, this is the hard part. This is when y'all have all the odds in front of you, all the testimony, everything that we have, and now it's time for y'all to make the call. So y'all remember in jury selection when I was talking to y'all about guilt, innocence? What we're talking about right now, basically the question, did he do it? Did I do my job? Did I prove to y'all beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ross over there committed all these counts? And the answer is yes. Let me take y'all through why. Let's see. Count one. On June 1st, 2025, James Ross, while in the course of committing theft of property and with the intent to obtain and maintain control of said property, intentionally knowingly threatened and placed Janice Jones in fear of imminent bodily injury and death, and the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. Now, there's another wrinkle there where it's robbery now. You know what the difference is between aggravated robbery and robbery? That. So the facts. This isn't TV shows. This is real life. This is what y'all heard. This is what was directly in front of y'all. Janice Jones' testimony. Terms of the employment were clear. No payment until the job was done. Mr. Ross did not complete the job, and he wasn't going to wait for the job to be done. Even though he was told everyone gets paid when the job's finished, he wanted his money now. 911 call, where it's confirmed from the defense's own witness that that's his voice. I'm not waiting for you to get it finished. In order to get his money that he did not have a right to because he did not complete the job and it was not time for payment, he threatened Janice Jones. Give me my fucking money. I know where your store's at. I know where you live. Does anyone here think that that is not a threat against her? To say, I know where you are. I know where you sleep at night. Maybe I'll come pay you a visit. That's a mob threat if I've ever heard one.
Mob threat.
Janice testified.
Sustained.
Janice testified that she saw James Ross pull a silver gun, wave it around, and point it at Dawn and Alyssa before putting the gun under her throats. Now, defense is trying to say that this is all a plot by Ms. Jones and these two other women to squirrel him out of that money. He says that Ms. Jones is a vindictive, manipulative person. Listen to her talking on 911 call number 2. Does she sound like she's being angry? Does she sound like, you saw her up there. Does she sound like she was being manipulative? Does she seem like someone who would lose it on somebody? There's only one person losing it on that 911 call. Count number 2. On or about June 1st, 2025, James Ross did intentionally and recklessly threaten imminent bodily injury and death to Alyssa Ramirez by pointing a deadly weapon at and in the direction of the complainant, and the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. How do we prove this up to you? Alyssa's testimony. The terms of employment were clear. No payment till the job was done. Same as Janice. James did not complete the job, and he wasn't going to wait for the job to be done. He wanted his money now. He came in that day. She hid behind a chair, and we can hear her. We can hear her on the 911 call number 2. That's her 911 call, where she called 911. She sat on her phone as she testified to, and we can hear the whole thing in real time as it's happening. Alyssa testified she's hid behind a chair. And when James Ross saw her, he pulled the chair away and pointed a gun down at her. She described the gun not as a silver gun, but as a dark gray revolver. Gray and silver. As I said in jury selection, I want y'all to think. I want y'all to use common sense. Are gray and silver pretty close? And number 3. On June 1st, 2025, James Ross did intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly threaten imminent bodily injury and death to Daphne Smith by pointing a deadly weapon at in the direction of the complainant, and the defendant used a deadly or exhibited a deadly weapon, to wit, firearm. The facts. Testimony by Daphne Smith. Again, the terms of employment were clear. No payment until the job's done. James Ross did not wait. He wanted his money now. Daphne testified that James Ross, when he came in, picked her up by her sports bra and threw her against the wall. That testimony is backed up by Alyssa and by Janice. They all said he came in and did the same thing to Daphne. Daphne described the gun as silver and in the shape of an L. Remember, she was up there and she was doing, it was in this shape. Not this little shape like this here. She did not describe it as just one little spot. She described it in the shape of an L. Y'all remember? That does not jive with the defense's theory. Daphne said that she saw James Ross. She demonstrated for y'all that he pulled it from the front of his shorts. He didn't pull it from his sock. He didn't pull it from the back of his pants. He pulled it from the front. Use your common sense. Do people keep their wallets up in the front of their shorts? Or do they put another object there? Daphne testified that she saw James Ross put the gun to her head. She said she felt threatened. She felt that James Ross was going to kill her. Y'all heard her say to his face, "You know what you did that day." Count 4. On or about June 1st, 2025, James Ross, having been convicted of a felony offense, intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly possessed a firearm after the 5th anniversary of the defendant's release from confinement, and the defendant's possession occurred at a location on the premises at which the defendant lived. State exhibit number 2. Case number 9666641D, State of Texas versus James Ross. Convicted. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. This is going back with y'all. The place where he possessed it at, Stacy's alterations. Place where he did not live.
What is your objection?
Make it seem like the gun that I had was used at that scene.
All right.
I was supposed to be able to use the inference that that justifies this.
All right, the objection will be overruled.
Objection. He makes it seem like the gun that I have,
James
that I
Ross
had, was used at the
right
scene.
there, State Exhibit 2 of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. James Ross possessed a weapon by having a gun in his hand. That's the testimony of Janice, of Alyssa, and of Daphne. He possessed that firearm after the 5th anniversary from his release from confinement. That's in the judgment right there. He possessed it at a place where he did not live, JC's alterations at 4427 Days of Bala Road. Now let's get to this. Detective Vasquez testified that a silver wallet could be seen as a gun. Former law enforcement officer, I respect that. I respect his opinion. And he's right. It could be seen as a gun, no doubt or question. But could is just possible. What's the difference between possible and probable? It's possible that I could win the lotto tonight. It's possible that we could all win the lotto tonight. But is it probable? I haven't won yet.
Is it reasonable?
Let me ask you, what are the odds that one person mistakes a wallet for a gun? It's possible. It's possible that one person can make a mistake. I'll even concede there was Janice made the wrong call, just like we talked about with the detectives about she said she had the wrong identification of James Ross. It's possible for a person to make a mistake. They went back and she was able to pick him out of not just one picture, but 6 pictures and say, that's the guy. Let me ask you, what about 2 people? Can 2 people mistake a wallet for a gun?
Yes.
That's starting to get unlikely. But 3 people, all in the same room, all looking at the same object in the same moment, in the same instance, can 3 people look at a silver wallet and think it's a gun? Now we're getting into extremely unlikely territory. 3 people say that James Ross pulled a gun. 3 people up there testified to y'all that it was a gun. The demonstrative was never shown to any of the witnesses. They were never able to say, that is not the object that I saw that day. 3 911 calls, all saying he had a gun. Gun, at gunpoint, he had a gun. No one was talking about the silver wallet until the defendant brought it up in his interview. Let's talk about the defense's witness, Twania. So she testified first that yesterday to y'all, that she did not see James Ross with his wallet when he went into alterations. After I pressed her a little more, her story changed up to, yes, I saw him with his wallet. It was in his hand when he was going inside. So it went from, I didn't see anything to, oh no, wait, yeah, I did see it once I started pressing her. She testified that James Ross is known to have his wallet in his pants or in his socks. She testified that she did not know if he had it in the front of his shorts. the place where Daphne said Mr. Ross pulled the so-called silver wallet. Let me ask y'all, as I said, and as I told y'all the whole time, I want y'all to think, which one of these scenarios is more reasonable?
5 minutes.
Thank you, Judge. Scenario number one, James Ross has faked this whole thing. He knew that when he went in there, he better not have a gun. There we go. He knew that when he went in there, he better not have a gun because he's a convicted felon. So he concocted this amazing scheme where he's going to go in, he's going to wave around his silver wallet and just pray to God that 3 people in a well-lit room with this object close to their face in broad daylight are just going to mistake it for a gun. Or scenario number 2, he had a gun and he threatened Janice and Alyssa and Daphne that day. But then he gets word from Detective Alvarez that, hey, we need you to come in. So it's like, oh, I need to come up with something. Maybe if I use my silver wallet, I can swing the detective, be like, yeah, I didn't pull out a gun. I just pulled out my wallet. There was no gun there. There was nothing going on. Perhaps they mistook this for a gun. All this while texting Janice. Call up the cops. Ag Rob starts at 40 years. He didn't get arrested that day. And like Daphne said, he knew what he did that day. So we had time to concoct this story so that he can try and swing this with the detective and see if he can throw him off the trail. So let me ask you, those 2 scenarios, it's all about proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Which one is reasonable? Which one is unreasonable? Y'all remember this? Circumstantial evidence? I don't have the boulder here. All I've got is the gravel. Let's go over the gravel. 3 witnesses, all with very similar stories about James Ross and a gun. 3 911 calls, all talking about gun at gunpoints. James Ross was seen pulling a gun from his front waistband, not from his back pocket, not from his socks, his front waistband. Twania changed her story. Twania said that he doesn't keep his wallet, the object that he allegedly used to fake this in his front waistband.
Misrepresentation.
All right.
From the witness's testimony. Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you remember the testimony as you received it.
The coup de grace. Detective Alvarez tells James Ross, hey, I'm doing this courtesy call. If you got a warrant, I'm going to tell you need to come in. When James Ross gets that call, guess what? He never comes in. Breaking another promise. He said he'd work the whole week, and he didn't. He said he would come in, and he didn't. He never did. I'll have all the pieces in front of you. Now it's time for y'all to make the call. Can y'all see the picture that is in the puzzle, even with spots missing? The answer is yes. Y'all have what you need. Y'all have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Because of that, I'm going to ask you to do this. This is a copy of the packet y'all are going to go back with. Count 1, aggravated robbery. We, the jury, find the defendant James Ross guilty. Sign right there. If y'all don't believe me, and y'all think a gun was not involved, he did all this in the course of committing theft. And as Judge said, course of committing theft is the conduct occurs in an attempt, not completion, attempt to commit during the commission or in immediate flight after the attempt or commission of theft. Defendant is trying to say he didn't steal anything, so there was no robbery. As Detective Landrum said right up there, if you walk into a bank with a gun demanding cash with a bag in your hand and they lock the doors and close the windows and you walk out with nothing, does that mean no harm, no foul? Does that mean, hey, you didn't get anything, so
Time.
good to go? Ladies and gentlemen, this case has been proved to you, to be honest with you, beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right, that's overruled. Time, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. We ask that you come back with a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Lawrence stands up to the back, and we can go off record. If I could have.
Okay, we have a poll up.
And Lindbergh remain behind.
Judge, don't be saying names. Poll is up regarding this little case we were watching yesterday. The jury is currently out deliberating. The judge actually kills the live feed here in just a moment. And they've not come back yet.
Oh, and everyone else, please be seated.
We don't have a jury deliberation counter.
You are to the altar. So, Deputy Laura, you go to the back.
I think he did a good job in proving that that's a possibility that the gun was mistaken. The state did a great job in proving that that's not a reasonable possibility.
All right, thank you.
Wish you would have said, and I'm gonna take this up.
There's not a guilty as sin option. I forgot to put the one on there. All right, so we're going to leave them to deliberations, and I think we're going to go to lunch, which is cool because I just had breakfast. And as soon as that verdict comes back, we're going to go check that out. 30 minutes verdict music, possibly. If a couple of you who do like to watch Judge Stephanie Boyd's channel directly, if you see something, make sure if you see her come back live, just let me know, and we'll try to jump back live immediately, even if it's a short lunch. So that was this morning, and that takes us to current. I knocked my water bottle over, but the lid was on. It was all good. Looking forward to hearing verdict music. I am as well. I think I don't know. Maybe he reached out a juror. Maybe somebody believes him. A portal, please. Portal to this afternoon. This afternoon we have court hopping on the schedule because we're done with the Paul Caneiro trial for the day. All that's happening in that trial after lunch is going over the jury instructions and admitting evidence, just like making sure going through everything's admitted. It's probably going to be an hour or so. Let's see. Create new. See, what time is it right now? We are at 12:30. We're going to be back at 1:15. How about that? 45 minutes or sooner if there's a verdict. And then we'll get to hear some Deer Park water. No, I was reading. We get to have some verdict music, possibly, if they come back with a verdict. All right, public 1:15. New live stream is up. Thank you very much. Are we going to watch PC? What's PC? Paul Caneiro? They're done. They sent the jury home for the day. No more evidence. They're just admitting. They're going over the evidence to make sure exhibits and evidence matches and the things that are admitted are admitted. There's nothing else. And they're going over jury instructions again. Okay. Dismiss. We're going to go back here. Change that to. Okay. Still working on the portal. Hold tight. All right. Now we're ready. Trial's going to be back on Monday. Corey Richardson's jury is going to start being selected on the 9th. which I believe is Monday. That one's not slated to actually start with testimony until February 23rd, so we might have some time for another trial in the middle if it's a short one. Hang on, we've got a call coming in. I believe this is Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hi, this is Kevin. I'm just calling it for the Marketplace Healthcare Headquarters. How are you?
Good, Kevin. What's happening? Are you the Kevin I go golfing with?
All right.
Hello? Kevin?
No, I don't quite remember. I don't recall.
Do you golf? I swear I've played golf.
Okay.
It sounds just like you.
Oh, okay.
Do you
All
golf?
right, I'm just working at the Marketplace.
But like on the
Yeah, I
weekends?
play golf often, but...
What's your handicap? I swear this is the same guy. I swear it's you, Kevin.
Well, I don't think so.
Do you not? You
Okay,
said,
but I work at the Marketplace.
I know we
You
talked
have
about
health
this on
insurance at
Saturday.
the Marketplace, right?
We talked about this.
Oh, okay. I remember. Yeah, I called you before. Yeah. Like a week ago.
At the golf course.
Or the golf course?
Yeah, we talked at the golf
okay.
course at the pro shop. Do you not remember me?
I'm really sorry, man. I can't recall. It might be someone with the same voice and same name. Well, it might be a big coincidence, I guess.
That also works in the same job? That's just so many coincidences. That is
Same job?
Yeah, doing the same thing
job?
with the marketplace. Yeah.
Oh my God. What is your name?
It's I'm Dwayne.
Dwayne? No, I don't know any Dwayne.
Oh,
man. Sorry about that, man.
This is like a deja vu moment for me. Like I'm hearing your voice and I'm just remembering golf from on Saturday, and it's like, holy cow! Are you still driving the same car, the red one?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this is nuts. It's like I've seen this before.
White car.
What you changed?
Deja vu, you're getting. I have like white car for the
What model is it?
Well, I bought it some new, so I don't remember.
You don't remember the brand?
My brother bought it for me. I haven't looked at it yet.
Man, it's your older brother, right?
Okay.
You told me about that too. I thought it was red, though. I thought you said it was red. It's white?
No, his name is like Eric Nelson.
You didn't tell me that last week. I didn't. I just knew it was your brother. But I thought you said the car was red.
No, I think you were confusing me with some other person.
Oh, who did you think I was?
That's fine. You are my customer. I'm calling from the marketplace. I'm just want to talk about your health insurance. You have health insurance
We
already with
talked
the
about this
marketplace, right,
last
buddy?
week, Kevin. I'm Dwayne.
So what happened? So
We
you
talked about
updated your
if I had
insurance yet,
Medicare.
or no?
You asked me if I had the different parts of Medicare, and you asked my age. We talked about all this last week at the golf course, at the pro shop.
So,
You had a bucket of balls. You were going to the range, and you stopped and talked to me, and we hit it off. We talked forever.
no, I don't talk in person, like about my job.
I was standing
It
next
might
to
be someone
Pierogi.
else. Yeah. Okay.
Do you know Pierogi?
No, I don't remember.
Oh my goodness.
No, I understand, man. You're getting like deja vu, but I don't recall. So I will take only 5 minutes of your precious time to help you upgrade your application, and because your benefits are still missing.
I
So-
swear
and
we
it will not
talked about
cost you,
this.
buddy, because you already-
You said you could transfer me to somebody that could help me with my Medicare. We talked about this last week. Your brother got you the car.
you have
everything.
Medicare?
We talked about this last week.
Well, I don't remember.
Man, are you feeling okay? Do you have any
Okay.
like memory problems or something? 'Cause this is like clear as day for
No,
me.
Okay. No, I'm perfectly fine.
Kevin, be honest with me. Are you just somebody? Did my wife prank? Is she pranking me? Did she have you prank me?
I think the line is breaking up.
It's breaking up? He hung up. He hung up. Oh. He hung up on me. We're going through a tunnel. I can't hear you. Kevin, call me back. All right. I'm in a good mood today. Yes. Laura, I do try to work in things I see in chat, but I'm also like I have to like listen carefully and be as believable as possible. So when you make a suggestion and I catch it, it's amazing. I love it. All right. Oh, he's calling back. He's calling back. Hang on. Hello? Kevin?
Hello?
Hello? Kevin? Is that you, Kevin?
Morning, my name is Natalia. I'm calling from Infinity Health Clinics. Now you can get access.
Okay, somebody else. All right. Here we go. Let's keep the music going. I thought it was Kevin again. It's a different scam. So I get many of those. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe. We'll go live again this afternoon at, we've got about 42 minutes. 42 minutes until we're back. With what could be a verdict in the James Ross aggravated robbery trial out of San Antonio. Paul Caneiro is sort of on the back burner here as we wait for the jury to come back on Monday to get some more testimony from the defense. The state rested today. Defense has put on a couple husband-wife teams to testify that Paul is in fact a saint and can walk on water. And so we'll see where they go from there. All right, guys, have a good lunch. We'll see you this afternoon. Portal set up. Love you guys. Bye.